Good morning, we're on the record. Good morning. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2571X of the Open Meetings Act, OMA, I'm welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage Cannabis Board. This meeting has been conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABRA's website and on the district's central meeting calendar. The notice included the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting has been hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your name. Mr. James Short.
Mr. James Short, present.
Mr. Bobby Cato.
Bobby Cato, present.
Ms. Rafi Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, present.
Ms. Jenny Henson.
Jenny Hansen, present.
Mr. Edward Grandis.
Edward Grandis, present.
The board has 6 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 11 cases on this morning's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. And we now move to our protest hearing status calendar. The first case on our protest hearing status calendar is case number 23 PRO 00029 Dog Days, license number 123636. Good morning, Mr. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Good morning, Chairman. Scott Rome, your access has been elevated. Brant Miller, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Rome. Can you spell and state your name for the record, please?
Sure. Scott Rome, R-O-M-E, of the Veritas Law Firm, on behalf of the applicant licensee.
Good morning. Mr. Miller, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes, Brant Miller, B-R-A-N-T-M-I-L-L-E-R.
And you are, what's your role in this matter today, sir?
Yes, I am the commissioner for the single member district where Dog Days is located, and I am the representative of ANC2F.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any preliminary matters, Mr. Rome, you need to bring to our attention?
I do not. The parties are working towards a settlement, and that's the only update that we have at this point.
Thank you. Mr. Miller, any preliminary matters?
No.
All right,
We are working towards a settlement. We have an alcohol beverage committee meeting next week and a full ANC meeting in May to address these issues, which the applicant is welcome to attend, and I'm working with them on that.
All right, thank you. All right, this matter then is scheduled for protest hearing on May 17th, 2023 at 1:30 p.m. Do I need to review the instructions for protest hearing, or are the parties familiar with it?
We're familiar.
If you could review them quickly for me, that would be most appreciated.
That's fine, sir. Hold on a minute, please. My apologies. All right, now that we've scheduled this matter for protest hearing, there are a few things that I would like to instruct the applicant and the protestant about so that the protest hearing is focused and addresses only those issues that are being protested. The board does not intend to hear testimony in matters that are not relevant to this case. You should have received by electronic or regular mail a letter explaining the protest process, a copy of the protest information form, and a copy of the exhibit form. If you do not have these documents, please contact our legal office regarding the hearing. It is imperative that you review these rules and adhere to them before and during the protest hearing. You're also required to complete and submit the protest information form PIP and the exhibit form 7 days before the date of the hearing. These two forms and accompanying documents need to be submitted to ABRA's legal division and to all opposing parties in this matter. If we do not receive a copy of your PIP, your application, or your protest, whichever side you're representing may be subject to dismissal. Likewise, if we do not receive a copy of the exhibit form and the exhibits themselves, your exhibits may be excluded from the record upon a finding that the opposing party has been prejudiced or no good cause for failure to submit has been shown. Likewise, witnesses other than a party may also be subject to exclusion if not identified on the PIP. Accordingly, these forms are very important. They greatly assist the board in narrowing the protest issues, facilitating the process, and keeping the parties on point during the hearing. They likewise provide notice to the opposing parties, enabling them to better prepare for the hearing. As you're aware, all our hearings are now conducted virtually. You will have 1 hour to present your case, and you will only be allowed to call 5 witnesses. If you need more time to present your case and require more than 5 witnesses, please file a motion with the ABC board requesting additional time and or additional witnesses. For cases, all right, that's not in this case. All right, so you should have, I said before, you should have received the PIP. And if you have not received it, please reach out to our legal office. And the most important thing, though, is that 7 days, if this matter is going to a hearing, 7 days prior to the hearing, your documents, the PIP and the documents of witnesses must be shared to the opposing side and to our legal office. If you believe that this case is going to be settled, please let the agency know as soon as possible so we do not have to provide a translator. I'm sorry. So we do not have to assign an investigator for this case. Okay. If you have any questions, either side have any questions, please reach out to our legal division and we will provide you whatever additional guidance you might require. Okay.
Yes, thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. Have a great day. All right.
You too. Thank you.
Bye-bye. All right, the next case in our calendar is case number 23 PRO 00021 Maiden, license number 106450. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the protestant in this case, please?
Santiago Lacatos, your access has been elevated. That appears to be all, Chairman.
Thank you.
Good morning, Scott Rome, once again on behalf of the licensee.
Good morning, Mr. Lakatos. Can you please spell and state your name for the record and identify yourself, please? I cannot hear you, Mr. Lakatos. Mr. Oriana, can you
Hear me
please
now,
elevate
Mr.
Miss Ringolette, please?
Mr. Chairman, are you able to hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you, sir. Go ahead.
Sorry, thank you. Apologies for bearing with me. Santiago Lactos, Santiago Lakatos, representing the ANC in this matter.
Good morning. Miss Ringonette, can you please spell and state your name for the record and your affiliation?
Hi again, it's Michelle Ringette, Ringuette. Nice to see you.
And what's your affiliation with this case, ma'am?
I am a neighboring party.
I'm sorry, what do you mean a neighboring party?
I'm representing the protest group and I'm a neighbor. I live
Okay,
at 1324 Florida Ave Northwest.
Okay. All right, so you're representing a group of 5 or more, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yes. Now there's a Janet
Arush,
Arush. I'm sorry, who are you, ma'am, please?
Yes, I'm representing Meridian Hill Neighborhood Association.
I need you to say and spell your name.
Yes,
Please.
it's Janet, Janet, last name Harouch.
Thank you, ma'am. And so, Mr. Rome, just this matter has been protested by the ANC, a group of 5 or more, and a civic association. Is that correct?
Meridian Hill Neighborhood Association, correct.
I'm sorry, the neighbor. So, and standing was provided to all 3 groups at the roll call hearing.
Correct.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Rome, are there any preliminary matters you need to bring to the attention of the board?
No, other than that, the parties are working together to reach a settlement agreement.
All right, thank you. Mr. Lakatos, any preliminary matters you want to bring to the attention of the board?
No, same as Mr. Rome. The parties working together to try to find a settlement agreement.
Ms. Ringuette?
We have ongoing negotiations on this, and we just want to reiterate that we would like Maidan to withdraw the application to terminate the settlement agreement and just continue to propose new amendments to the neighborhood.
Ms. Harouche?
Yeah, the parties are working towards a settlement. I think our mediation hearing was promising.
All right, yeah, all right, okay. This matter is scheduled for protest hearing on May 17th, 2023 at 1:30 p.m. And I, just as a matter of course, I just want to, Ms. Ringuette, you're representing a group of 5 or more, is that correct? All right. Just as an FYI, by operation of law, if there's a settlement agreement that's signed between the licensee and the ANC, then your group falls. But Ms. Harouche, your group still remains because as a civic association, you have separate stand-in to right. So just as a matter of law, I just want to I'm sorry, again, let me turn this thing off. I have no idea why this thing keeps on coming on. Give me a minute, please. I apologize.
All right.
Okay, so as I said before, so this matter is scheduled for a protest hearing on May 3rd, 2023 May 17th, 2023 at 1:30 p.m. I just read the protest so just want to remind the parties, you should have received a PIP, and you're required to file a PIP 7 days before the hearing. And these documents must be filed. They have to be exchanged to the opposing parties and also to ABRA Legal. Failure by the parties to provide us a PIP 7 days before the hearing, unless good cause is shown, the board is empowered to prevent you from moving forward. What's more important for this case, pursuant to section 1612.8, the board is, if this matter goes to a protest hearing, the board is requesting that the three protesting group, that you designate a representative to represent all three groups. So we're not going to have three separate hearings, cases for the protest group. We're requesting, pursuant to section 1612.8, that the protestants designate one person to represent all three groups. If this matter goes to a hearing, you have 1 hour to present your case, and since all the hearings are virtual, and you will only have the ability to call 5 witnesses. Since there are multi-protestants in this case, if the parties believe that they require more than 1 hour to present their case, or if they believe that they're going to require more than 5 witnesses, then please file a motion with the board asking for additional time and for additional witnesses if you believe that, and the board will review it and make a determination whether or not we will grant that change. Any questions by either side? No? I think, yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Sorry, one quick question. I'm hearing impaired, and I'm trying to follow along in the captions. Will this information be provided in writing to us after today's session so that we can review it, just so we make sure we do it correctly?
Yes, ma'am. What I will ask you to do, ma'am, is the transcript of this hearing will be, I think, be available in about 7 days. So you can also request a copy of the transcript. I will also ask that you can reach out to our legal office and we can provide you the written instructions if you have not received that of what I just stated. Okay, ma'am? All right. Ms. Harouche,
Yes.
I see you have your hand up.
Yes, Mr. Anderson. All 3 parties raised procedural grounds to dismiss the protest, and I was wondering at what point the board might consider that issue.
Did you file motions to the board, procedural motions to the board? I did ask that. So I'm not aware. You could have raised that. You could argue. Well, what I'll ask what to be done is that you file a formal motion with the board. Have that been done as yet?
Oh, no, it has not. I don't believe the ANC has. We have not, and I don't believe the Party of 5 has either. We were kind of told by ABRA Legal that that wouldn't be considered.
No, ma'am. You can send something to us in writing. I'm not assuming that you're a lawyer. But you can send something in writing to the agency, procedurally raising a motion why you believe whatever you're asking for. Make sure that you serve the other side, the licensee, with a copy of that motion that you're going to file with the board.
Okay, will do.
So once you file it in writing, and we will, the board will review it, and we will issue a decision prior to the hearing.
Okay.
On your motion.
Okay, that's fair. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions by anyone else? All right. Good luck in your mediation. As in your discussion, if this matter is going to be settled, But as I said before, this matter is scheduled for May 17th. And so if you have a motion to file, please file the motion as soon as possible so we can review it. And make a determination whether or not there is good cause to grant or deny the motion that you're filing. Okay?
We have
Any questions? Any other questions by anyone before I adjourn this matter?
expediting.
All right. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thanks to all of you.
All right. Thanks. The next case in our calendar is case number 23 PRO 00023 Ted's Bulletin, license number 123609. This case has been canceled. The ANC's protest was dismissed. See board order number 2023-127. The next case on our calendar is case number 23 PRO 00022 Serengeti's Restaurant Lounge, license number 123439. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the licensee and the protestant in this case, please?
Samuel D. Marithi, your access has been elevated. Tim Patterson, your access has been elevated. That appears to be all, Chairman.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Commissioner Kim Patterson.
Just hold on a minute, please. If both parties, if you have a camera, can you please turn your camera on, please? Yes, Mr. Marithi, do you have a camera you can turn on, sir? Mr. Marithi. All right, thank you. All right, good morning, everyone. I would like the parties to identify themselves for the record by spelling and stating their name. So let's start with the licensee. You need to unmute yourself, sir. I can't hear you.
My name is Samuel Murithi.
How do you spell your name, sir?
Samuel. Last name is Murithi.
And what's your relationship to this establishment, sir?
And I want to mention that I'm with my wife, who is my helper.
Are you the owner of this establishment, sir?
Yes, I am. One of the.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yes.
Ms. Patterson, can you please identify yourself for the record by spelling and stating your name, please?
Yes, hi. I'm Commissioner Kim Patterson. I'm ANC 4A05. My last name is Patterson.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, this matter is scheduled for are there, Mr. Marithi, do you have any preliminary matters that you'd like to bring to the attention? Not substantive, but just process that. If you have any issues that you want to bring to the attention of the board?
Oh, we had the mediation, and I don't have much except for number 9 of the draft settlement that is in agreement.
All right, so you guys have had mediation and you guys are discussing settlement. Okay, that I don't want to hear the substance. I just want if you had any problems. Okay, all right, that's fine, sir. Ms. Patterson.
Yes, so I have 2 issues of concern. During the mediation, there was a lot of back and forth, and Ms. Fletcher was very helpful about a summer garden issue, which is a rear deck establishment that is not fully constructed. Because it's not fully constructed and there's no permits through DCRA, Ms. Fletcher advised us to remove it from the agreement. The owners would like to serve food and alcohol on the summer garden when it is fully constructed and permitted. However, the ANC and the neighbors do not want that to occur. Because the construction is not fully complete or permitted, Ms. Fletcher has told us Therefore, it does not exist, although it is halfway built. I am okay with removing any terms about the summer garden out of this agreement, but I'm concerned that when it is fully constructed and permitted, there will be alcohol and food served on it, and I need to prevent that.
Well, I think at this juncture, I don't know I've not seen the application. So if if on his application, if there is a summer garden, if he's asking for a license, a summer garden endorsement, then yes, these are issues that can be discussed if the parties are discussing settlement. Of course, if the license is granted, the agency is not gonna grant the license until they have had a certificate of occupancy or anything like that. But I'm just saying these are issues that can be discussed if on his application itself he is requesting a summer garden. So what I'll ask you to do, I'm sorry. Go ahead, man.
So, Mr. Anderson, are you saying at this juncture, the summer garden in the settlement agreement, any mention of it should be removed because there's no certificate of occupancy?
I'm not saying that, ma'am. I'm not saying that. I'm
Okay.
gonna also have you direct. I'm also gonna have you speak to our legal
Okay.
division.
Okay.
However, what I'm saying is that what was placarded on the placard notice? Was there a summer garden on the placard notice, ma'am?
Yes.
All right. So if it was placarded that he plans to have a summer garden, that can be discussed in a settlement agreement. But I'm going to direct that both parties that you can contact our legal office, and our legal office will provide you more guidance in what can or cannot be included in a settlement agreement if the parties are planning or truly believe that this matter can be settled. Okay.
Okay.
Sir, do you have a question you want to raise, sir? Just procedural, not substantive, just procedural, like she had asked. So what's your question, sir?
Oh, it's not a question really, but the summer garden is already out. It's not on the application anymore. We decided we're gonna just get it out and continue with the licensing. Number one, the summer garden is on the occupancy.
I'm sorry. No, I'm having raise your voice a little bit, sir. I'm having some trouble hearing you.
The summer garden is on the occupancy permit. It has been approved by the DCRA. And
When did that occur? Because
I'm sorry.
it's not completed.
I'm sorry. Hold on. I'm not. This is what I will say. I think that you guys need to discuss this further. Maybe you need another mediation, or maybe you could, maybe you could also. I don't know what information was provided to the agency, but one of the things I'll say to you, if we're gonna, this is an application for a new license, and whether or not the agency will agree to issue the license or not issue the license, a license will not be issued for any establishment unless we have a certificate of occupancy for whatever structure is there. So at some point, if this agency is going to issue an approval of the license, we have to be provided an occupancy of the entire establishment along with a summer garden, whether or not there's a summer garden and the occupancy of the summer garden. So we would have to receive that information from the Department of Buildings. So so that's what I'm saying, Ms. Patterson. So yes, if the summer garden was placarded, it can be discussed in a settlement agreement. And before the agency moves forward to either grant the license, the agency would not grant the license for that portion unless we have a certificate of occupancy from the Department of Buildings. Okay. So whether or not you're saying it's not included, and he's saying that it isn't, there has to be a document from the Department of Buildings that will clearly list and the occupancy for whatever other structure he's talking about. Okay, but I will direct both parties. You can reach out to our legal office, and if you have any questions about what can or can't be in a settlement, if the parties are serious about settling this matter, our legal office will provide you whatever guidance you need about what can be included in a settlement or not. Any other questions?
Yes, I have on the draft settlement agreement draft.
Sir, I can't go into. I'm not going to deal with substance.
Okay.
So I don't. If there's provisions in the draft that you don't agree with and stuff, I mean, that's something that has to be negotiated. Or if we go to a hearing, then that's the people that tell us that a settlement have not been reached. But I would ask that you can continue to have these discussions. If you believe that you want our agency to schedule another mediation, we can schedule another mediation. And so is that something that you'd also like, Ms. Patterson? All right, so
Yes, that would be helpful.
All right, I will ask.
Because we're close. We're just not there yet, but we're close.
All right, okay. So I will ask our legal office to have Ms. Fletcher schedule another mediation in this case. And I'll also have our legal office provide Ms. Fletcher with guidance on to address the issue that you're talking about, the summer garden, because it appears that there's some confusion. It appears there's some confusion about whether or not it can or can't be included in a settlement agreement. So I'll have the legal office provide that guidance. Okay, so I will have our legal office schedule another mediation and also provide some guidance to the parties about what can or cannot be included in a settlement agreement regarding this matter. All right, if this matter is not settled through a settlement agreement, then we're going to have a protest hearing on May 10th, 2023 at 1:30 p.m. So you should have received, you should have received by electronic or regular mail, a letter explaining the protest process, a copy of the protest information form, and a copy of the exhibit form. If you have not received these documents, please reach out to our legal office and we'll provide them. Now, it is imperative that you read these documents and adhere to them if this matter goes to a protest. You're also required to complete and submit the protest information form PIP and the exhibit form 7 days before the hearing. These two forms and accompanying documents need to be submitted to ABRA's legal and to opposing parties in this matter. If we do not receive a copy of your PIP, your application, or your protest, whichever side you're represented, may be subject to dismissal. Likewise, if we do not receive a copy of the exhibit form and the exhibits themselves, your exhibits may be excluded from the record upon a finding that the opposing party has been prejudiced or no good cause for failure has been submitted. Likewise, witnesses other than a party may also be subject to exclusion if not identified on the PIP. Accordingly, these forms are very important. They greatly assist the board in narrowing the protest issues, facilitating the process, and keeping the parties on point during the hearing. They likewise provide notice to the opposing parties, enabling them to better prepare for the hearing. if we do go to a hearing, the hearing, you only have 1 hour to present your case, and you will not be you can only call 5 witnesses. Okay. So what I will do, I'll ask our legal office to schedule to ensure that another mediation is scheduled, and that so some guidance be provided regarding what can be placed in a settlement agreement. Okay. Any other questions?
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. I'm hoping that we do not have to go to a protest hearing. I'm very hopeful that we can have a settlement agreement before May 10th. That is our goal.
Thank you. And the board supports settlement agreement because if a license is granted in this case, this is your neighborhood. And if you are able to sign a settlement agreement, then the parties, it says that the parties have come to some agreement that how we can coexist. If the board has to issue a decision, which we will if we have to, then one side might be happy and the other side might not be happy. So the board does support settlement agreement if these matters can be settled. So I said before, I will ensure that another mediation is scheduled before, and hopefully that can assist the parties. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a great day. All right. Thank you. All right, the next case on our calendar is case number 23 PRO 00032, Rosebud Liquor, license number 60751. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the licensee and the protestant in this case, please?
Carolyn Carbel, your access has been elevated. Adriana Torosian, your access has been elevated. And I do not see the licensee, Chairman. That is all.
I think, Mr. Oriana, I think I
just elevated.
Okay, thank you. Miss Carbel? I'm sorry.
Señora Carbel.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. No, I need Miss pronounce your name for me, please, ma'am.
Torosian.
Miss Torosian. Can you identify yourself for the record, please?
Adriana Torosian, Spanish interpreter.
Your name for me, please, ma'am.
I'm sorry?
I need you to spell your name for the record. We have a court report.
Adriana Torosian, Adriana, Adriana Torosian, Torossian, Spanish interpreter.
Mr. Torosian, can you please raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly affirm that you will faithfully and accurately interpret this proceedings in this matter from English to Spanish and from Spanish to English to the best of your ability?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Can you please ask the licensee for Rosebud to turn their camera on, ma'am, please?
Señora Mendoza de Rosebud, por favor encienda su cámara. Señora Mendoza de Rosebud, por favor encienda su cámara.
No tengo esa opción.
I don't have that option.
All right, thank you. Can you ask the owner to identify themselves for the record by spelling and stating their name.
Por favor, diga su nombre y deletréelo para que conste en actas.
Marta Mendoza,
Marta Mendoza y deletréelo.
M, A, R, T, A, M, E, B, O, C, A. Mendoza.
Marta Mendoza. Marta Mendoza.
And what's her affiliation with this establishment, please?
¿Cuál es su relación con este establecimiento, Rosebud?
Soy la dueña de Rosebud Liquor.
I'm the owner at Rosewood Liquor.
All right, thank you. All right, Ms.
Gracias.
Carbell, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Hello, Carolyn Carbell, Carolyn.
Can you turn your volume up, please, ma'am? I can hardly hear you.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me better
Yes,
now?
ma'am, that's better, yes.
Okay, I'll stay close. Carolyn Carbell, Carolyn, Karbel.
And what's your relationship to this case, ma'am?
I am representing the protest group.
Mi nombre es Carolyn Carbell, Carolyn Karblel, y soy la representante del grupo de protesta.
All right, can you ask the owners if they have any preliminary matters, not substantive, but just any preliminary matters she wants to bring to the attention of the board?
Señora Mendoza, quisiera usted decir algo preliminar, no el contenido de la explicación que vaya a dar, sino algo previo a la declaración que usted quiera brindarle ante la Junta Directiva.
No.
No.
All right, Ms. Carbell, any preliminary matters?
No.
It's my
Asunto
understanding.
preliminar, señora Carbell, no.
It's my understanding that the agency has offered the parties a second mediation. Is that true, or is that something that the parties want to pursue?
La comprensión que tengo es que la agencia le ha ofrecido una segunda mediación a las partes. ¿Es esto verdad o es algo que está mal?
Yes, we attended mediation this morning with Miss Fletcher, and unfortunately, it does not seem like we made much progress, and Rosebud is not willing to kind of give in to any thoughts of how to mediate.
Bien, hemos asistido a la mediación esta mañana con la señora Fletcher y desafortunadamente Rosebud no ha aceptado ninguna solución propuesta.
Do the parties
Sí.
want us to? Go ahead, ma'am. What did she want to say?
Sí hubo una resolución, pero no la aceptaron.
There was a resolution, but it was not accepted.
Do the parties want us to schedule another mediation?
¿Las partes quieren programar otra mediación?
I am not sure if it will help. We made it pretty clear what we would be asking for in order to drop the protest, and that didn't seem to be agreeable. So I'm not sure if mediation will help or if we should just have a negotiation, offline, not with ABRA involved.
All right, well.
Bien, no estoy segura de si la mediación sería algo útil en este caso, porque nosotros fuimos muy claros en lo que nosotros necesitamos que se realice para tirar la demanda de protesta y, bueno, no se aceptó ninguna de estas sugerencias, así es que creo que deberíamos resolver este asunto, intentar resolver este asunto de manera privada, no en mediación.
The parties are free to have conversations either with ABRA's help or outside the confines of ABRA. And so if the parties want to discuss settlement on their own terms, they are welcome to do that.
Si las partes quieren discutir, llegar a un acuerdo sin la intervención de ABRA, lo pueden hacer. Y si lo quieren hacer con la intervención de ABRA, también.
Any questions by anyone?
¿Alguna pregunta a alguna de las partes?
No.
No.
Is the licensee still there?
¿La señora Mendoza sigue allí?
Sí, sigo aquí.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm
All
still
right.
here.
Okay, fine, thanks. If this matter is not settled, then it's scheduled for a protest hearing on May 24th at 1:30 p.m.
Si este caso no llega a un acuerdo, está programada para una audiencia de protesta el 24 de mayo, 1:30, you said?
Yes.
A la 1:30 p.m. Okay?
Yeah. All right. Now that we've scheduled this matter for a protest hearing,
Bien, ahora que está programado para una audiencia de protesta,
there are a few things that I would like to instruct the applicant and the protest about the protest hearing.
hay algunas cuestiones que quiero aclarar, tanto para los protestantes como para el solicitante de licencia, para esta audiencia de protesta.
To ensure that the protest hearing is focused and addresses only those issues that are being protested.
Para asegurarse de que la audiencia de protesta sea enfocada y que solamente se aborden los asuntos por los cuales se está protestando.
The board does not intend to hear testimony on matters that are not relevant to this case.
La Junta no quiere escuchar ningún testimonio que no sea relacionado ni pertinente a este caso.
You should have received by electronic or regular mail a letter explaining the protest process, a copy of the protest information form, and a copy of the exhibit form.
Ustedes deberían haber recibido una carta con el aviso de la audiencia, el formulario de la información de protesta y un formulario para presentar los elementos de prueba.
If you do not have these documents, please contact our legal office following this hearing.
Si ustedes no recibieron estos 3 documentos, entonces por favor contáctense con la oficina de legales en nuestra, después de esta audiencia.
It is imperative that you review the rules closely and adhere to them before and during the protest hearing.
Es muy importante que revisen las reglas antes de esta audiencia de protesta y que las obedezcan.
You are also required to complete and submit the protest information form PIP and the exhibit form 7 days before the hearing.
También se les exige que presenten y completen el formulario de información de la protesta y el formulario de elementos de la prueba 7 días antes de la audiencia.
These 2 forms and accompanying documents need to be submitted to ABRA's legal division and to all opposing parties in this matter.
Estos 2 documentos deben ser presentados a la división legal de ABRA y a todas las partes que forman parte de este caso.
If we do not receive a copy of your PIP, your application, or your protest, whichever side you're representing may be subject to dismissal.
Si ustedes no presentan una copia del PIF, de alguno de estos 3 documentos que acabo de mencionar, entonces ustedes, cualquiera sea la parte del caso que representen, esta audiencia puede llegar a estar sujeta a una desestimación.
Likewise, if we do not receive a copy of the exhibit form and the exhibits themselves, your exhibits may be excluded from the record.
Del mismo modo, si no recibimos una copia del formulario de los elementos de prueba y una copia de las pruebas, del mismo modo estos elementos de prueba pueden llegar a no ser admitidos como evidencia de este caso.
Upon a finding that the opposing party has been prejudiced or no good cause for failure to submit has been shown.
El hecho de que la otra parte no haya estado disponible para presentar estas pruebas no es una causa suficiente como excusa para no presentar estos formularios.
Likewise, witnesses other than a party may also be subject to exclusion if not identified on the PIP.
Del mismo modo, los testigos que se vayan a presentar, si no están identificados en el formulario de PIF, también pueden llegar a ser excluidos del testimonio.
Accordingly, these forms are very important.
Pardon me, I couldn't hear you.
Accordingly, these forms are very important.
De este modo, pueden ver que estos formularios son muy importantes.
They greatly assist the board in narrowing the protest issues, facilitating the process, and keeping the parties on point during the hearing.
Estos documentos asisten a la Junta Directiva para facilitar el proceso, para asistir a la Junta Directiva en el debido proceso de esta audiencia.
They likewise provide notice to the opposing parties, enabling them to better prepare for the hearing.
Del mismo modo, proporcionan un aviso a las partes, permitiéndoles prepararse adecuadamente para esta audiencia.
If this matter goes to a hearing, you will only have 1 hour to present your case, and you can only call 5 witnesses.
Si este caso se eleva a audiencia, simplemente van a tener 1 hora para presentar su caso y pueden llamar hasta 5 testigos.
If you have any other questions, please reach out to the legal office and we will provide you with more information about how to do a protest hearing.
Si tienen más preguntas, por favor contacten a nuestra oficina legal y les pueden proporcionar mayores pautas sobre cómo dirigirse a través de este proceso de la audiencia.
Thank you. And again, the parties are free to meet by themselves without our office to see if this matter can be settled.
Bueno, muchas gracias y de nuevo las partes se pueden reunir sin la intervención de nuestra oficina si es que quieren intentar resolver este caso privadamente.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Muchas gracias, que tengan un buen día. Am I dismissed or you have another?
You are dismissed, ma'am. Thank you for your presence.
Okay, thank you. Have a good morning.
Thank you.
All right,
I hope
bye-bye.
to settle it outside of the hearing.
All right,
Thank
thank you. All right. All right, the next case in our calendar is case number 23 PRO 00012, Union Oyster Bar and Lounge, license number 110747. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
I am Rao. Your access has been elevated. Christine Godinez, your access has been elevated. Russell Webster, your access has been elevated. That appears to be all, Chairman.
All right, thank you. I would like everyone to turn their camera on if they have that ability, please. All right, Mr. Rowe, can you please spell and state your name for the record and identify yourself, please?
Sure. My name is Mr. Sham, first name S-H-Y-A-M, last name R-A-O. I'm a member
What
of
is
the
your
Union-
relationship to, I'm sorry, sir?
I'm a member of the Union Hospitality Group. I'm an owner, one of the owners.
I'm sorry, you said you're what, ma'am? You're what, sir?
One of the owners.
All right, thank you. Let me see, I think we have Mr. Webster, can you please, you do have a camera, Mr. Rowe.
Yes. I just saw it and I turned it off.
All right, thank you. Mr. Russell, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Hi, Russell Webster, owner of one of the owners of Union District Oyster Bar. My name is spelled Russell. Last name Webster, Webster.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Ms. Godinez, can you please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship to this case?
Certainly. Christine Godinez, Chrisstine, last name Godinez, representative of the protest group.
All right, good morning. Good morning. I think this is the first time we've had have all the parties for this matter. All right. Are there any preliminary matters in this case, starting with the licensee? Yeah, the licensee. Preliminary matters, just not substantive, just any preliminary matters in moving throughout this process.
No, I think I'm sorry.
Go ahead, sir.
No, I don't have any, Sean. You have any? I think we've already been talking about agreement.
I don't have anything.
Mr. Rowe?
No, I do not have anything.
Ms. Godinez?
No, we did not protest the reinstatement of the application because we continue to be hopeful to moving toward an agreement with the business.
All right, thank you. All right, this matter is scheduled for if this matter is not settled, it's scheduled for a protest hearing on May 3rd at 1:30 p.m. Now, I've read, one thing I say to the party, if this matter goes to a protest hearing, you are required to submit a PIP 7 days before the hearing. Failure on either side to provide the board with the agency with a PIP, unless good cause is shown, we might prevent you from relying on documents and witnesses that have not been disclosed 7 days prior to the hearing. And these documents must be shared with the other side and also with ABRA Legal. Again, and also if this matter goes to a hearing, you'll only have 1 hour to present your case and you can only call 5 witnesses. Any other questions by any side?
Is that 1 hour per side or 1 hour total with 30 minutes
1 hour
per side?
per side. So therefore you would have 1 hour and the licensee would have 1 hour to present its case.
Does the board accept statements if we have a witness who can't appear?
Part of the problem with having statements is that the licensee would be unable to cross-examine the statements. So it's preferable that the person's here to testify, because someone can, if that would put the licensee at a disadvantage if they cannot cross-examine the statement that was placed in the record. But
thank you.
Again, these are, the parties can discuss these, and they might say that we don't have a problem with the statements, and if the parties decide that they don't have a problem with the statements, then I will allow them in. But if the licensee says that he has a concern with it, the board would more likely not allow the statements to be presented in the record for those reasons.
Thank you.
If the parties truly believe that this matter can be settled, please let the agency know as soon as possible so we do not have to assign an investigator to this case. Okay? If you have any questions, please reach out to our legal office and we can provide whatever guidance that you require to move through this process. Okay? Any other questions? Mr. Webster? You're on mute, Mr. Webster.
I said, no, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rowe. Mr. Rowe?
Thank you. I have no questions.
All right. Ms. Godinez? No? All right. Thank you for your participation today. Good luck with your negotiation. If this matter is not settled, I will see you at a protest here on May 3rd at 1:30. Have a great day. Thank you very much.
God bless you.
All right. All right, we're now at the end of our protest hearing status calendar. Let's now move on to a show cause hearing status calendar. The first case on this calendar is case number 22-251-00024, provision number 14, license number 96425. This hearing has been canceled. The board was presented an offer in compromise that we will vote on, on our legal calendar later on this morning. The next case on our calendar is case number 23 CMP 00005, Alice Bar and Lounge, license number 117897. This case has been canceled. The board was also provided an offer in compromise, which we will vote on later on this morning on our legal calendar. The next case on our calendar is case number 22 CMP 00093, Bravo, license number 71564. This case has been continued to a date to be determined. The next case on our calendar is case number 22 CMP 00082, Nile Ethiopian Restaurant and Nile Market, license number 60432. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee, the government, the licensee, the investigator, and then the witnesses the licensee might have.
Wendell Robinson, your access has been elevated. Kevin Lutz, your access has been elevated. Investigator Jovan Miller, your access has been elevated. That appears to be all, Chairman.
Thank you.
Please, Mr. Chairman, my name is Wendell Robinson. I see my name up there, but I don't know if I've been elevated or not.
Sir, you're elevated, so
Okay.
therefore I just don't see you. So can you turn your camera on? Okay, good. Now I can see and hear you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Is your client going to be participating in the hearing today, sir?
No. Preliminary matter, I'm going to ask that the matter be continued without getting into any particular issues. My clients have accepted the offer. The problem is coming with some of the wording of the agreement.
All right, hold on 1 minute. Hold on. Let me have the parties. Let me have a part. Mr. Lutz, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Or sorry, Mr. Chairperson. This is Kevin Lutz for ABRA.
Mr. Robinson, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Thank you. Wendell Robinson on behalf of the licensee. First name is Wendell. Last name is Robinson, Robinson.
All right, Mr. Robinson, you said that you have a preliminary matter. What's the preliminary matter, please?
Yes, my client was made an offer by Mr. Lutz and it was accepted. Upon receipt of the settlement agreement, there was a difference of an agreement about one of the issues in it. So I'd ask that the matter be continued so that Mr. Lutz and I can resolve that. I don't think it would be difficult trying to resolve it, but it's the offer has been accepted. It's just a small matter of the settlement agreement.
Mr. Lutz?
Mr. Chairperson, an offer in compromise has not been accepted by Mr. Robinson's client, Retta McConan. Moreover, this offer in compromise has not been signed nor sent to the board for approval.
No, I think he's asking for continuance, so that's what's been requested. He's requesting continuance because he said that he believes that offer in compromise will be accepted with some minor changes. So yeah. I'm asking on whether or not you will agree to the continuance.
Mr. Chairperson, ABRA will not agree to the continuance because opposing counsel is making representations on behalf of Mr. Getu Amdi and not as Mr. The licensee, Retta McConan. There's a fundamental misunderstanding from opposing counsel who believes that Mr. Amdi is the licensee at issue here. Rather, the district is prepared today to show that Retta McConan, another client of Mr. Robinson, is the licensee of issue. And so because there's a disagreement about who is actually the licensee, the district cannot enter into an OIC with an opposing party where we can't even agree on who the licensee is. And so the district requests today that we move forward with the hearing that's been scheduled and has been prepared for.
May I respond, please?
I'm sorry. Yes, Mr. Robinson. Who's your client?
I represent the licensee and the previous licensee, Mr. Mohanan and also Mr. Amdi. Mr. Lutz asked me who I represented and asked me if I represented the current licensee. I said, yes, I do. I also told him that I represented Mr. Amdi, who was a subsequent purchaser of the business. And he presented an offer, which I accepted on Monday. He asked me if I had authority to accept it on behalf of my clients. I said yes. He subsequently sent me an agreement, and without getting into the essence of it, I disagreed with the name to sign it. That's all. I submitted a counter offer, rejected, and we agreed on the settlement agreement, except we were arguing over who's to sign it. But I represent both parties, the licensee and Mr. Amdi.
Mr. Robinson, are you an attorney, sir?
I am.
No, I'm asking that for a different reason, sir.
No, I know. And I sent a copy to Mr. Lutz, a copy of the buy-sell agreement where my client sold the property to Asena. And that agreement was signed January 26, 2022. There's no question in my mind that the licensee is Esteta because the license has not yet been transferred to the person who subsequently purchased the company on July 26, 2022. I'm never denied that because the charges don't charge the entity. It charges Mr. Amdi as making false statements. So therein lies our discretion. There is no charge against the entity, the licensee. The charge is against the person that they said made the false statements. Nevertheless, with discussions with my client, we agreed that I could tell Mr. Lutz that they accept the settlement. And that was on Monday.
All right, thank you, Mr. Robbins. It's my understanding that there is an active transfer in front of our agency, that the license has been transferred. Mr. Lutz, in this particular case, it appears that the licensee has agreed to the to the offer and compromise. As far as the board doesn't care.
May I provide some additional information?
Go ahead, Mr. Lutz.
Mr. Chair, on Monday, I asked Mr. Robinson if he's authorized to accept. Actually, apologies. It was on. First, Your Honor, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairperson. The district requested confirmation that if Mr. Robinson represented the licensee Red McConan in the case before us, he represented that he represented both Red McConan and Mr. Getu Amdi. Moreover, the notice of show cause hearing was provided and was addressed, specifically listing the licensee of SETI Corporation with Red McConan as being the licensee. Mr. Amdi is only listed is not listed as a party to this case. He is listed in the factual basis for the violations. More so, no agreement was entered on Monday. Mr. Robinson represented that he had the authority to accept. The district sent an offer and compromise to Mr. Robinson for signature, which has by Red McConan, who is the licensee of record. To date, I have not received a signed OIC. While the district would be willing to consent to a continuance for Red McConan to sign that the OIC, the district will not consent. However, the district will not consent to a continuance because today, unless Red McConan signs and not Mr. Getu Amdi, because Mr. Getu Amdi is not the licensee of record. Moreover, the district is prepared today to present evidence that shows that Mr. Amdi is not the licensee of record and that Retta McConan is the licensee of record.
May I respond?
All right, hold on, Mr. Robinson.
May I respond?
Hold on, Mr. Robinson. There's a pending transfer. There's a pending transfer, and so therefore, whatever agreement is reached, it has to be signed by the owner of record, or the owner that's on our record. So, are you prepared? Is the owner of record prepared to enter into? I'm not talking about the terms, but is the owner of record prepared to enter in an offer in compromise with the government? Because the government states that they would grant the continuance if for the owner of record to sign.
Let me respond to you this way. The concern that Mr. McConan has is based upon the statement of charges that was sent to me. There is not a charge against his license. I agree that, of course, Mr. McConan has to go along with the transfer. He understands that. As a matter of fact, he consented to me to represent Mr. Amdi because I said there might be a conflict. But in the statement of charges, Mr. Chairman, the statement of charges says, and let me quote, "You failed to have the establishment's owner or board-approved ABCM manager present during the hours of service," end of quote. The owner of the property is Mr. Amdi, who was later charged in charge 2 that, quote, "You made a false or misleading statement during a regulatory inspection of investigation." End of quote. The alleged misstatement was that he was the owner of the property and then said he wasn't. I brought that to Mr. Lutz's attention, and I sent him a copy of the buy-sell agreement that was stated on July 26th of 2022. Mr. Amdi actually is the owner. He's Ethiopian. Did not understand whenever they said, "Are you the owner?" He thought they wanted to know if he was the owner of the license, which he is not, because he's seeking to have it transferred. So Mr. McConnell's point is, well, they haven't made a charge against my license. They made a charge against Amdi because he is alleged to have made a statement that he is not the owner of the property when I have an agreement that he is. So to now answer your question, I have to go back to Mr. McConan and Mr. Amdi and explain to them the nuances hereof, the licensee having the obligations of any violations of the ABRA rules once cited, and whether or not the charge here is directed to Mr. Amdi and not the licensee, Mr. McConan. So I can't answer that because I have to go back and explain that now to Mr. McConan and Mr. Amdi, who both agreed to the settlement except who's to sign it. So I can answer the question yes and no. Yes, they agreed to the settlement. The problem they have is who's to sign it, because the person who signs it is going to be the one who's responsible for violating charges 1 and 2.
All right. This is all right. This is a legal issue. And I'm gonna recommend to the board that we grant, although I know the government objects to it, but I'm going to make a motion to ask the board to grant the continuance. It's a legal issue that needs to be clarified. Our legal office will provide some clarity to both sides, to both the government and to the licensee. And so because the licensee, from what I'm told, there is an agreement that the offer in compromise will be accepted. It's just some disagreement currently about who should sign this agreement. But as I said before, the agreement, it's not the agent's position who's gonna pay if whatever, I don't know what's in the OIC. And so it's not the agency's, we don't care if there is a fine, who pays it. The only thing we care about is that the offer in compromise has to be signed by the owner of record from our record. Okay. And so I am, Mr. Lewis, I'm gonna make a motion to the board that the board grant a short continuance in this matter, so the parties can discuss the legal implications of what was discussed today.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Sorry, thank you, Chairperson, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson.
All right, so I'm going to make a motion that we grant the continuance. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short, a second. The motion will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato. Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0-0. So we're going to grant the continuance, and so the parties can further discuss the issue, because from what I'm told is that it's not a substantive disagreement. It's more formalistic, more procedural. And but just to put on the record, Mr. Robinson, as far as the agency is concerned, whoever the person is, the licensee on our record, they're the person who has to who have to sign the offering compromise. The agency, when speaking to the clients, we don't care who pays the fine if there's a fine. It just has to be signed by the individual who is the licensee at the time of the signing of the offer in compromise. Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. I apologize.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Lewis, and thank you, Mr. Robinson. All right. Thank you.
Thank
you, Chairperson Anderson.
Which time? How much time do I have to get back to clarify this?
You can do that immediately. I have not issued a date, but internally the legal office will provide a date. But I would hope that you get in contact with Mr. Well, we don't meet next week, but I would hope that you can solve this matter before the end of this week. Okay.
I can have an answer by Friday the 14th.
All right. Thank you. All right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Mr. Chairperson.
You're welcome. Thank you. Bye-bye. All right. The next case on our calendar is case number 22 CMP 00059, Kiddis Lounge, license number 119361. This case has been continued to a date to be determined. All right. All right, we're now at the end of our morning agenda, and so our morning calendar, and so now we're gonna address our other agendas for the day, starting with our legal agenda. All right, the first matter on our legal agenda is a review of an offer in compromise in lieu of a hearing dated April 6, 2023 for case number 23 CMP 00005, Alice Bar and Lounge, license number 117897. And the offer in compromise is as follows. Charge 1, played music at such intensity that it was heard in a premises outside of the establishment. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25725A. That charge has been dismissed. Charge number 2, failed to follow settlement agreement by permitting music, noise, or vibrations to be audible outside of establishment. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25823A6. For that charge, is a fine of $500 payable within 30 days of the board accepting the offer in compromise. If the payment is not made within 30 days, the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the payment has been made. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0. Number 2, review of offer in compromise in lieu of a hearing dated April 7th, 2023. This is for case number 23-251-00033. This is Sound Bar, license number 122864. And the offer in compromise is as follows. Charge 1, sale to minor, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25781. For that term, a warning will be issued. Charge 2, fail to take reasonable steps necessary to ascertain legal drinking age, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25783. A warning will also be issued for this charge. Charge number 3, fail to follow security plan, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25823A6. For this charge, there's a fine of $1,000 payable within 30 days of the board accepting the offer in compromise. If the payment is not made within 30 days, the license will be suspended indefinitely until the payment is received. Charge 4, fail to post license in a conspicuous place, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25711. A mandatory warning will be issued for this charge. I therefore make a motion that the ABC board approves this offer in compromise. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 3, review of a settlement agreement dated May 31st, 2023 by and between Neighborhood Commission 2E, the Georgetown Citizens Association, and Sandlot Georgetown, license number 123640. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Ms. Crockett and Mr. Grandis will second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 4, review of abutting property owners Bunch's request for reinstatement of its dismissed protest dated March 26, 2023. This is for case number 23PRO00031, Play DC, license number 112274. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato. Mr. Cato. Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 5. Number 5, review of abutting property owner Marquette's request for reinstatement of its dismissed protest dated March 26, 2023. This is in case number 23 PRO 000331. This is Play DC, license number 112274. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Ms. Crockett, Mr. Grant is the second. The motion will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 6, review of applicant's motion to dismiss protest in case number 23 PRO 00001 dated April 3rd, 2023. This is DC City Smokehouse, license number 098368. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Ms. Crockett and Mr. Grant is the second. The motion will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I
Mr. Grandis says that he agreed. Mr. Anderson agrees. The matter passed 5-0. Number 7, review of protestants' request for stand-in dated April 6, 2023. This is in 600T, license number 100515. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short is second. The motion will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 8, review of Bernstein's Group of 5 request for reinstatement of its dismissed protest dated March 30th, 2023. This is the case number 23 PRO 00009, Torah Bar, license number 092074. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett is second. The motion will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 9, review of opposition to Bernstein's Group of 5's request for reinstatement of its dismissed protest dated April 6, 2023, case number 23 PRO 00009, Torah Bar, license number 092074. This is now moot. Number 10, review of the resolution filed by Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2B dated April 6, 2023, seeking a 90-day extension of the West DuPont Circle moratorium zone. This is an FYI for the board. Number 11, review of West DuPont Circle moratorium zone notice of emergency rule making. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I
Ed
second.
Grandis will second.
Mr. Short and Mr. Grant is the second. The motion will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 12, review of medical cannabis notice of emergency and proposed rules. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis will second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I disagree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-1. We now move to our supplemental legal agenda. The first matter on our supplemental legal agenda is a review of an offer in compromise in lieu of a hearing dated April 12, 2023, the case number 22-251-00024, provision number 14, license number 096423. And the offer in compromise is as follows. Charge 1, interference with an ABRA investigation by failing to produce documents within 48 hours. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25823A5E. There's a $1,000 fine payable within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Charge number 2, failed to follow security plan. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25-823A6. There's a fine of $1,000 paid within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Charge number 3, failed to follow security agreement. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25-823A6. There's a fine of $250 paid within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. I therefore make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato. I'm sorry. Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 2, review of a settlement agreement dated April 7th, 2023 by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 1B and Wet Dog Tavern, license number 096176. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis.
Mr. Grandis and Ms. Crockett, a second. The motion will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 3, review of a settlement agreement dated April 11th, 2023 by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 1B and Red Lounge Hooker, license number 076011. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett, a second. The motion will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Yes, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 4, review of joint consent to continue protest hearing dated April 11th, 2023. This is Cloud Restaurant and Lounge. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, a second. The motion will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our licensing agenda. The first matter on the licensing agenda is review application for safekeeping of license. This is for Lounge of 3, license number 113558. I make a motion that we approve this request to grant the safekeeping request through September 30th, 2023. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis is second. The motion will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 2, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for formerly Marrakesh Aurora Lounge, license number 112033. I make a motion that we grant this request through September 30th, 2023. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis is second. The motion will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 3, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for M Street Entertainment LLC, formerly RIRA, RIRA, license number 119608. I make a motion that we grant this request through September 30th, 2023. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Crockett, you said you agree. Is that correct?
Yes, I agree.
Yes. Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 4, review applications to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Ziegfield's Secrets, license number 078663. I make a motion that we approve this request through September 30th, 2023. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis is second. The motion will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis. Mr. Grandis. I can't hear you, Mr. Grandis. Mr. Grandis agrees. Mr. Anderson agrees. The matter passed 6-0. Number 4, review application to extend safekeeping of license. I'm sorry, that was number 4. Number 5, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is Canal Square Associates LLP, trade name to be determined. I make a motion to approve this request through September 30th, 2023. Is there a second?
Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett, a second. The motion will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Grandis. Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 6, review request to withdraw application for a new caterer's license. This is for Eaton DC Allegory Wild Days, license number 123617. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, a second. The motion will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato. I'm sorry. Miss Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis. Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0. All right. So now let's move to our second our notice of supplemental licensing agenda. The first matter on our supplemental licensing agenda is a review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for L Street Market, license number 079164. I make a motion that we approve this request through September 30th, 2023. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett, a second. The motion will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0. We now move to our second supplemental licensing agenda. The first matter on our second supplemental license agenda is a review application for stipulated license with a letter of agency support to operate a new summer garden endorsement. This is for Lost Generation Brewing Company, license number 120512. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Ms. Henson. Ms.
Jenny
Henson.
Hansen, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to our cancellation agenda. The ABC Board will be canceling the following license for the reasons outlined below. Good Food Markets, license number 098178. The licensee did not pay the third-year annual fee. Stein's Cafe, license number 114522. The licensee requested cancellation. I make a motion that the ABC Board canceled these licenses. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett,
Jenny
seconds.
Hansen will second.
Ms. Crockett and Ms. Henson second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. I'm sorry, 5-0. We now move to the board's temporary license and one-day substantial change docket. I'm going to read the first on this docket. I'm going to read, on this docket, there are 13 licensees on this docket, but I'm going to call for a vote. I'm going to read the first 9, and then I'll call for a vote on the first 9, and then I will call the others individually. So the first licensee on this docket is a request from Laura Calderoni. She's requesting a one-day license class F. This is for the grand opening of the USC Capitol campus. This is on April 19th, 2023. The license number is 124463, 375 attendees and 8 security guard. The second request is a request from Wynette McIntosh Ambrose. She's requesting a one-day license class F. This is for cake tasting. This is on April 13th, 2023. The license number is 124486, 35 attendees, 1 security guard. Then the third request, a request from Jaime Aurora for one-day license class F for a fundraiser. This is on April 29th. The license number is 124480, 200 attendees, 4 security guards. The next request, a request from Allison Kennedy, a one-day license class F. This is for wedding reception. This is on May 20th, 2023. The license number is 124499, 200 attendees, 4 security guards. Number 5, a request from Millicent Hawkins, a one-day license class F for the spring brunch. This is April 14th, 2023. The license number is 124469, 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 6, another request from Millicent Hawkins. This is for a retirement party. This is on April 16th. The license number is 124473, 150 attendees, 3 security guards. Number 7, a request from Zachary Renziner, Reizener, a one-day license class G, a wedding dinner rehearsal. This is on April 28th. The license number is 124474, 100 attendees, 2 security guards. The next request, a request from Stephen Rutgers, a one-day license class G. Pride on the Pier, June 10th. The license number is 124487, 1,000 attendees, 22 security guard. The next request, a request from Stephen Salma, S-A-L-M, a one-day license class G. This is for the Asian vegan food tasting. This is on April 23rd through April 26th. The license number is 124510, 130 attendees, 3 security guards. I make a motion that the ABC board grants these requests. Is there a second?
Jenny Hansen, second.
Ms. Crockett and Ms. Henson as second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Hansen, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. Now, let's now go to number 10 on this agenda. And the number 10 on the agenda is a request from Zachary Coles for a one-day license class G. This is for the soft opening. This is the license number is 124508. I make a motion that we approve 89 attendees and that the ABC board monitors this event. Is there a second?
Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis is second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I vote to deny based on public safety information provided this board.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-1. Number 11, a request from DC Cantor for one-day substantial changes for wine tasting. This is May 6th through May 7th. The license number is 101343. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. Number 12, a request. This is a one-day substantial change from Levi DC at DC United. This is for one-day substantial change. This is for tailgate. The change to host the pregame tailgate directly in front of the stadium at Audi Field. This is on April 16th. The license number is 060462. The substantial change license is 23SC00661. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis is second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Mr. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Crockett, do you agree?
Yes, Ms. Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. Number 13, a request from Maiden. This is for one-day substantial change for wine, spirit tasting, nature of substantial change. Change to have vendors participate in an indoor and outdoor wine spirit tasting event. 15 vendors maximum. This is on April 30th, 2023. The license number is 106450. The substantial change license is 23SC00665. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our license administrative docket. On this docket, there are 8 licensees. These are this docket has licenses that have already been issued, and they're asking for that have already been approved by the board, and they're asking for changes or issuance of the license by the agency. All right. So the first, there are 8. I will review all 8 names, and at the end, I will ask the board, ABC board grants these requests. So the first request is a request from 711 Florida Hospitality LLC, the trade name to be determined. The license number is 121509. Their Retail LLC Tavern trade name change application. The new name is Los Cinco Tacos. Number 2, a request from Seduxo Magic LLC, SODEXO Magic LLC, license number is 121634. Caterer's license, letter of request to remove the officer, Selena S. Cuffey, president. Number 3, 1919 19th Street Northwest LLC and One Market LLC, trade name to be determined, license number 121652. Retail LLC Tavern, trade name change application. The new name is Casa Teresa Haman Brasa. So again, it's Casa Teresa Haman, Jamon Brasa, Brasa. Number 4, The Square Central Bar, license number 121651. Retailer C Tavern, trade name change application. The new name is Atrium Bar. Number 5, Pendry, Washington, D.C., The Wharf, license number 124507. Caterer's license, new ABC license application. Number 6, Relish Catering, license number 124512. Caterer's license, new ABC license application. Number 7, Moon Sports Bar, Retail C Restaurant, transfer without sale application. And number 8, Ruta Ukrainian Restaurant, license number 124503. Retail C Restaurant, transfer without sale application. I make a motion that ABC board grants these applications. Is there a second?
Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett, a second. The motion will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our last agenda item for this morning, and this is the license administrative docket Street 3. There are 6 licensees on this application. They're asking for a Street 3 endorsement, and so I will name all 6 licensees, and at the end I will ask the ABC board to approve the Street 3 endorsement application. The first one is ABRA, license number 090240, Retail C Restaurant. Number 2, Bartillo, Barrilito, Bar and Restaurant, license number 106193, Retail C Restaurant. Number 3, Busboys of Anacostia LLC, license number 097639, Retail C Restaurant. Number 4, Apparel DC, license number 116925, Retail C Restaurant. Number 5, Rocklands Barbecue and Grilling Company, license number 078949, Retail C Restaurant. Number 6, Rosemary, license number 116840, Retail C Restaurant. All of these establishments are asking for the Street 3 endorsement. application. I make a motion that ABC Board grants this endorsement to their license. Is there a second?
Short, second.
Mr. Short, a second. The motion will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0. We're now at the end of our morning agenda. I would like to thank all members of the public who participated in the hearing this morning. Thank you for your active participation. We're now adjourned till 1:30 this afternoon. I now direct all board members to return to executive session for further action. Have a great morning. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We're in the record. Good afternoon. As chairperson of the as chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2571 @C of the Open Meetings Act, OMA, I am welcoming you to the afternoon session of the ABC Board. My name is Donovan Anderson, I'm chairman of the board. Joining me this afternoon are 5 additional board members, Mr. James Short, Ms. Rafi Crockett, Mr. Bobby Cato, Ms. Jenny Henson, Mr. Edward Grandis. The board has 6 members for the attendance this afternoon, and this means that we have a quorum. For the operation of the ABC board, we only require 3 members for us to have a quorum. All right, for this afternoon, there are 8 cases on our calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a minute for IT specialists to elevate the rights of each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case is not being heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the parties choose to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. All right. Our first case for this afternoon is case number 22-251-00030, assets, license number 113585. This case has been canceled to a date to be determined. The next case in our calendar is case number 23-PRO-00004, Buddy's DC, license number 123008. This case has been rescheduled to April 26th at 1:30 p.m. at the request of the parties. The next case in our calendar, let me just move around a little bit. The next case in our calendar is case number 23-PRO-00008, Aslan Bear Garden, license number 118555. This case has been continued to a date to be determined. The next case in our calendar is case number 22-PRO-00124, Cloud Restaurant and Lounge Sports Bar, license number 93572. This case has been canceled. This case has been continued to May 10th at 1:30 p.m. The next case in our calendar is case number 22-PRO-00154, Mirror Lounge, license number 111950. This case has been canceled due to submission of a settlement agreement. The next case in our calendar is case number 22-PRO-00158 and case number 22-PRO-00159, Wet Dog Tavern, license number 96176. This case has been canceled due to the approval of a settlement agreement. The next case in our calendar is case number 22-PRO-00119, Red Lounge Hooker, license number 76011. This case has also been canceled due to the approval of a settlement agreement. And so therefore, that means there is only one case left on our afternoon calendar, and that case is case number 23-PRO-00010, Sports Social, license number 123418. This is an application for a new license. Good afternoon, Mr. Oriana. Can you please elevate the applicant's attorney, the investigator, and the protestants for this case, please?
Andrew Klein, your access has been elevated. Jamie Dunsmore, your access has been elevated. Sable Harris, your access has been elevated. Investigator Donnell Butler, your access has been elevated. Dave Zellman, your access has been elevated. And Mary McCudden, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you. There we go. All right, good afternoon, everyone. This is our protest hearing. This is for an entity, Sports and Social, 1314 U Street Northwest, license number 123418, and they are seeking, this is an NC1B, and they're seeking a license for a new there's an application for a new license. This so therefore it's a protest. The license application has been protested by NC1B. So let's start with the representative of the license of the applicant. Mr. Klein, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, good afternoon, Chairman Anderson, members of the board. Andrew Klein on behalf of the applicant.
And who is the applicant, Mr. Klein?
S&S Social. And with me is Mary McCudden, who's
that person. Can that person identify themselves for the record, please? You can. I can't hear you, ma'am.
My apologies, Chairman. Good afternoon. My name is Mary McCudden. I am in-house counsel for the applicant.
Is the applicant going to be here this afternoon, Mr. Klein?
This is the representative of the applicant. She's with the company and she's the person that's been intimately involved throughout this application.
So the attorney is the one who's going to testify, and she's the one you'll be calling. All right. Okay.
I have other witnesses. Right. She's not going to testify, but she's the face of the client, in as much as she's in-house and is very involved in everything that they do.
All right, that's fine. All right, Miss Harris, please identify yourself for the record, please.
Good afternoon. This is Sable Harris, S-A-B as in boy, E-L-H-A-R-R-I-S, and I represent ANC1B.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Klein, this application is just been protested by ANC1B, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, thank you. Where is Mr. Butler? Mr. Oriana, can you locate? Is Mr. Butler in the waiting room trying to be elevated? I believe I'd seen him earlier, but I don't see him anymore.
No, he's elevated.
He's not in front of us. All right. Okay. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. This is a protest hearing for this establishment for a new license, and the process for this protest hearing is that the board will, as this process, we will call our witness. Our witness will testify about the report that he has written. Once the witness testified, the board's witness testified about its report. If the board members have any questions, the board members will ask questions of the investigator. Once the board members have asked direct questions of the investigator, then the licensee, the applicant, will have an opportunity to ask questions of the investigator, and then the protestants will have an opportunity to ask questions. But prior to that, the parties, prior to the presentation of the case, both sides will be given 5 minutes to do an opening statement if they so desire. All right, once the board has presented its case in chief, then the applicant has an opportunity to present its case and will call witnesses. The applicant will do a direct examination of his witnesses. The protestant will have an opportunity to cross-examine. And once the protestant has cross-examined, then the board will have an opportunity to ask questions of those of that witness. And then the protestant will have an opportunity of asking questions of the witness based solely on the questions that were asked by the board member. And after that's done, then the applicant will have an opportunity to recross its witness. Prior to starting, are there any questions by anyone? I see Mr. Klein shake his head, and you stated, Ms. Harris, no. Are there any preliminary matters that needs to be addressed?
None that the applicant is aware of.
Ms. Harris?
None that we have.
All right, now let me ask a question. This matter has been protested because this is a new license. And so I'm just trying to get some clarification from the protestant to see if this is a matter, if we have to do a full-scale hearing, or whether or not can we have some agreements and just cut to the chase. Is the ANC, because this is a new license, is the ANC asking the board saying that we should not issue the license, or is the ANC saying that if the board can issue the license, but if the license is going to be issued, then there are conditions that they're requesting from the board? Where does the ANC, what's the ANC's position?
Thank you for that question, Chairman Anderson. I think, I'm really sorry we're here today because I feel like this is a waste of the board's time, because the ANC has many times over tried to negotiate a settlement agreement, which we've done for almost every single establishment on the block. This is also my first full protest hearing because I've been able to successfully negotiate settlement agreements with old and new establishments. So we are seeking that. However, I along with community members, are very concerned, one, with the nature of this establishment and the adversarial take that they're standing in by not signing or even coming to the table to negotiate a settlement agreement. There is an email exchange in the exhibits where even the attorney had mentioned that, he wants to resolve this. However, despite me sending over a draft weeks in advance, there was no feedback provided. So, which is why we're here today. And again, I'm sorry because I feel like this is a waste of the board's time, but we haven't been able to have the establishment come to the table to sign this agreement or to work with the ANC and the community.
Well, the board never believes that once we have a protest hearing that it's a waste of anyone's time. It just said that the parties couldn't come to some type of agreement. But I wasn't trying to get into the substance of what was occurring. The question I was asking, because it's a new license, and would the protestants agree, Mr. Butler? Can you please would the protestants is the agreement between the parties that the license should be issued? If there's no agreement, then we'll have a full blown hearing whether or not the board should issue the license. I'm just asking if there's an agreement that the license can be issued, and then we can have this hearing on whether or not conditions should be attached to the license. That's all. I'm just asking. I'm not, just for clarification. If not, we'll do the full protest hearing and make those determinations.
If, and apologies, if you mean conditions by if there can be a settlement agreement reached, yes, we would like to reach that. However, if the applicant is unwilling to reach a settlement agreement, then we are also in favor of the board taking a look at not granting this license.
Then that's fine, Mr. I see you have your hands raised, Mr. Klein. I was just trying to see if I can cut through the chase and shorten this hearing, but based on what I'm hearing from the applicant from the protestant, we're moving forward with a full protest hearing, Mr. Klein. So
well, I mean, that's fine, Mr. Chairman. We're ready to go. But I mean, I think that the issue is there's a gross misunderstanding on the part of ANC 1B as to what is this process. It seems based upon the actions and based upon the discussions that there's a conception that this process is supposed to be about entering into a settlement agreement, and that's not what this process is. And we would vehemently dispute that there weren't any efforts on the part of the applicant to work with this community. But as the board knows, that's neither here nor there. We're here for a protest hearing to hear the merits of the case. But if the protestant's case is going to be all about entering into a settlement agreement, then yeah, I agree. It's a total waste of time. I mean, I don't know. We're here to try a case on the merits in terms of how this operation will be run, what it is, who's running it, what their qualifications are. And we're not here to talk about a settlement agreement. And if there were issues identified, as we requested previously, then perhaps this could have been addressed in the settlement agreement, but we're here for hearing. But I do think it might be useful for the board to provide some instruction to ANC 1B, because this is not the first case where there's been a protest for the sole purpose of extracting a settlement agreement, and licensees or applicants appear before this board ready to go to hearing, and the night before or the day before, in many cases, the protest is withdrawn. And I think there's just a gross misunderstanding of what the process is. And I would ask the board's assistance in providing some clarity and some guidance to ANC 1B, because this is not the first time.
Mr. Chairman,
yes, Ms.
I feel that is actually that is completely unfair. As you know, I have been on many calls. I am chair of ANC 1B. This is my second term, and I don't pretend to know everything. However, as I've heard on many of these calls, and I live on U Street, so I am very aware of the establishments that are around me, and I work with these owners all the time on different issues. You and the board are ensure that the community, establishment, ANCs can all operate together. And one of the ways that you have instructed us to operate together is to come to settlement agreements in order to proactively mitigate anything that could arise before it actually becomes a problem. And, I think the community is very willing to work through that, but there has to be levers of accountability. And I think that is what we are trying to do, and we haven't been able to, as you can see in one exhibit through an email exchange. And this has been conducted over the course of many weeks. And I am just shocked that it is being portrayed that the ANC is almost holding this establishment hostage, which is not the case.
All right. The purpose of this discussion was to see, and I just because the parties were unable to reach a settlement agreement, the board will make a determination, and one of the determinations the board will not make a determination that the parties have to have a settlement agreement. A settlement agreement is reached outside of this process. So the board will listen to both sides, and based on what the presentation today, the board these are the options the board has. The board will deny the license. The board can grant the license without conditions, or the board can grant the license with conditions. So those are the options that the board has. But the board will not order a settlement agreement. We will make a decision, and this will be the board order. All right. So let's start. Mr. Klein, do you have an opening statement?
Yes, I do. We are here on behalf of Sports Social, seeking a new license for a new establishment. Some of you may know this location previously operated as the Smith. You will hear testimony from a couple of employees of the company that will run Sports and Social. And the company that runs Sports and Social runs establishments all over the country of various sizes, hospitality establishment, entertainment venues, restaurants. They have a great deal of experience, and that will become apparent through the testimony of the witnesses that you will hear. As a result of that experience, they know how to mitigate potential issues that might arise in neighborhoods. They operate in cities all over the country, and they have the appropriate security as well as the appropriate noise mitigation measures in place. All of that will be demonstrated to you through testimony. As may have been apparent to the board during the earlier preliminary discussions, it appears that the sole reason for this protest is to extract a generic template settlement agreement, which did not happen. So now we were here on the merits, and we believe at the conclusion of this hearing, the board should grant the license without condition and without any restrictions, as the operator will have been demonstrated to be amply competent, more than competent to run this establishment and to control any effects that might be anticipated in this neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clemens Harris. You are elected to have an opening statement.
Yes, again, thank you to the board members. I apologize. I wish that we could have settled this matter before. ANC 1B is not new to different establishments. This might be a new license, but we are very aware of the space, which is why there have been community concerns. We have tried many times to work with the applicant through mediation, outside of mediation, even before mediation, and they were amiable to an agreement despite the words being said that this is a generic template. Many establishments on the block have agreements or conditions that the board has granted to ensure that the surrounding residents and broader community lives and works harmoniously with the vibrant nightlife district that is here. I am asking the board to grant now conditions to the license or deny the license outright, because this is a very different establishment than what was there. This establishment, although they have experience, I will say it's outside of DC. It is not inside of DC. They are requesting what is very much a bar-like establishment. Although it is seeking a CR license, they are seeking a sports wagering, entertainment, and this is, again, a very different establishment from what was there before. We would like to see conditions on the hours, especially on the sidewalk cafe. We would also like to see conditions related to the security and safety, since sports wagering is involved and there are proposed 15 kiosks, which open vulnerabilities and issues with safety in the community. And we also would like conditions granted on the trash, rats, and parking as well. This is, again, a new establishment. There is no track record in DC, and they are not entitled to a license and entitled to the adversarial stance that they are taking with the community.
All right, thank you. All right. The board will call its first witness, Mr. Donnell Butler. Mr. Donnell Butler. Mr. Oriana, can you provide
We'll
some?
get in touch with them, see what's going on.
Thank you. My understanding that he's having some technical difficulties, so he's trying to locate another laptop since his laptop, I believe, crashed. So we'll wait. Mr. Butler? Mr. Butler? I cannot hear you, sir. I see your mouth moving, but I cannot hear you.
Here we go.
Mr. Butler, take your phone out mute, sir. Mr. Butler?
How's that?
Good afternoon, Mr. Butler. Can you unmute your phone, Mr. Butler?
But it's not. I'm having difficulties with the computer.
I can hear you, Mr. Butler. Do not.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Can you state your name? Can you spell and state your name for the record, sir?
My name is Donnell Butler, Donnell Butler.
Can you raise your right hand, sir, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Where are you currently employed, sir?
I'm employed with the Alcohol Beverage Regulation Administration, currently the Alcohol Cannabis Administration.
Alcoholic beverage. It's the alcohol beverage and
cannabis. Yes, administration.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. And I apologize for the delay, the technical difficulties here.
How long have you worked for the agency, sir?
I've been working for 25 years for the agency.
And what is your current duties and responsibilities for this agency, sir?
I'm an investigator.
And so as an investigator, sir, what is it that you do?
We investigate and regulatory inspections, do regulatory inspection for the local establishments in DC area.
Are you familiar with this establishment, sports and social?
Yes, sir.
And how are you familiar with this establishment?
I was assigned a protest investigation for a new license for this establishment, trading as social, sports and social at 1314 U Street, Northwest.
All right. Did there come a time that you wrote a case report for this case, sir?
Yes, I did.
Can you please share this case report with us, sir?
Can you bring up the report?
Sir, that's not me, sir. That's up to you, sir, to upload.
1 second, sir. 1 second.
Mr. Oriana, can you give Mr. Butler the ability to upload, to share his screen, please?
Need to upload this.
Yeah, he should have access to share now.
Yeah. Give me a second, sir.
Just drag that to the desktop.
I have one here. It's still not coming up.
DB, if you click share.
Yes.
If he's in the office, could someone go over to his desk and help him to do this, please?
Yeah, that's it.
Just hit click copy. What's that? What's all this? Stop.
Okay. Yeah, that's it. So what? Wrote this out.
Can we mute Mr. Butler while he's going through?
Your video back up. You should be able to share your screen.
Mr. Butler, you can now unmute yourself, sir.
Okay.
Can you identify the document on the screen, sir?
Yes, sir. It's a protest report that was written by me.
And when was this protest report written, sir?
It was written in March of 2023.
All right, sir. Did you have an opportunity to have a conversation with the applicant regarding this protest, sir?
Yes, I emailed the protestant interviews. I emailed the ANC, Ms. Silver Harris.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, I emailed Ms. Silver Harris, representative for 1V08 via email. And on March 23rd, Ms. Harris responded in the email stating in part that she says, "We are working on a settlement agreement. I'm not sure what can be investigated as the establishment hasn't opened yet." And
so you have not had any substantive conversation with the protesters, is that correct?
That's right. Only through email, sir.
Did you have any conversation with the applicant?
Yes, not necessarily on Tuesday, March 21, 2023 at 3:09. I emailed the representing attorney, Mr. Andrew Klein, executive coordinator, Ms. Diamond Heso, who responded by email stating that she was CCing Mr. Klein, the attorney, Mr. Klein, to provide me with updated information. And as of Saturday, March 25, I had not received any response from Mr. Klein.
All right, so you have not had any, it's also correct that you have not had any substantive conversation with the applicant. Is that correct, sir?
Correct, sir.
All right, so can you share with us, tell us about the community, just summarize. I don't need to read your report. Just tell me what's the zoning in this area, sir?
The zoning is R1. It's intended to permit moderate density, compact issues, mixed use development.
And how many other establishments are there in this area, sir?
According to the GIS system, there's approximately 43 approved establishments in 1,200 feet of this sports and socials located 1314 U Street.
And what type of license is this applicant searching? What type of license did this applicant request?
They requested a CR license, a restaurant license.
So they requested a restaurant license. So how many restaurant licenses are there in this area, sir?
There are approximately, give me a second, sir.
I thought that you had mentioned that in your report.
Yeah. There are approximately 15 CRs, 15 restaurants in this area within 1,200 feet.
Okay. Now, what is it that this specific licensee is requesting?
They were
what are they requesting, sir? On the placard notice.
On the placard notice, they're requesting a new license. They're requesting.
Yeah, what type of endorsements are they requesting, sir?
Oh, that's a new one.
Are they requesting Summer Garden?
Yes, they're requesting a Summer Garden Sidewalk Cafe.
And how many of the establishments that you just listed, how many of those establishments have Sidewalk Cafe and Summer Garden, sir?
According to ABRA records, of the 43 establishments listed within 1,200 feet, there are 9 Summer Gardens, 9 Sidewalk Cafes.
And how many of these establishments have entertainment endorsements, sir?
There are approximately 23 have entertainment endorsements, sir.
Now, is this establishment currently open?
No, the establishment is not currently open, sir.
So it's correct then, since it's not currently open, then if you did monitoring, you didn't find any activities because the establishment that is not open, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Do you have any idea what type of trash facilities that they have? Do you have any?
I wasn't able to establish that because the restaurant itself, the establishment is not open. So I wasn't able to establish what type of service they are going to have as far as trash compactors.
And just finally, are there exhibits attached to your report?
Yes, sir.
And what are those exhibits, sir?
The exhibits, one is the transmittal of the commissioner's actions, the protest petition. Exhibit 2 is the email from Attorney Klein updating information, requesting information. Exhibit 3 is a geographic establishments within the 1,200 feet range. Exhibit 4 is a public schools within 1,200 feet. There are none. The exhibit 5 is the exterior photographs of sports and social. Exhibit 6 is exhibits adjoining buildings to the left facing sports and social. Exhibit 7 to the right of social is Pier Nightclub. Exhibit 8 is adjoining buildings. Far left of social is Walgreens on the corner. Exhibit 9 is the communications from Unified Communications. And Exhibit 10 is social sports and socials menu.
So let me ask you, Exhibit 9, you said it's your search. What information, you did a search, so what information were you able to gather from the search?
There was no reported incidents related to that particular establishment.
You said Exhibit 10 was a menu. What's the
menu?
What type of establishment from what, I mean, what is it that they were offering as far as from the menu that you're able to see, sir?
The menu is offering, from what I understand, is American cuisines. Let me go through my notes. Yes, it's sports and social will be sport restaurant serving American food, seating capacity of 222, a total occupancy load of 308.
All right. Actually, you can close your screen. I don't have any further questions. Any other questions? Any questions by the board members?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Short.
Thank you. Investigator, forgive me.
Butler.
Yes.
Investigator Butler.
Yes, sir.
How are you this afternoon?
It's one of them days. Yes, I'm doing good. Thank you.
Okay. In your duties as the investigator for this case, you've named that we have 12 summer gardens and the 9 sidewalk cafes, 23 other places that have entertainment endorsements. Generally, what are the hours of these other licensees? What are the, in general, can you give us a ballpark? What are the hours that they operate?
Basically, the hours vary from different establishments, up and from 11 after 11 in the morning to 1 in the evening, 1 a.m.
Is that in general? Is that encompass
That's
the 12 summer gardens and sidewalk 9 cafes?
Yeah, that's based on the CRs. One particular place has 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. Serving. It varies between establishments. Some on Friday and Saturdays from 10 a.m. to 3 a.m. So it varies and depends on the establishment.
What hours are being asked for by this applicant? Hours requested.
The hours that they're asking for are 11 a.m. to 12 from Sunday. Friday is 11 a.m. to 1 o'clock a.m. and Saturday 11 a.m. to 1 a.m.
So 1 a.m. would be the latest that they'll be allowed to operate?
Yes, sir.
Starting at 11 a.m. in the morning?
Yes, sir.
Is that pretty much in line with what the other ABC licensees are doing in the 1300 block or the radius encompassing this licensee?
Yes, sir. It's pretty much in line with the rest of the restaurants and that I can see.
So now for the summer garden, what are the hours? Are they the same?
The summer gardens are pretty much, let me see. Yes, the summer gardens are pretty much the same hours that I can tell.
How about the sidewalk cafes?
I'm not certain about the sidewalk cafes.
You don't have
I
any
don't-
idea
I
of the
don't-
general hours of in that location within
They mean for the overall restaurants or just that particular establishment?
overall restaurants?
Like I say, they vary from restaurant to restaurant. For the most part, I'm looking at some of them have sidewalk cafes and summer gardens. Sidewalk cafes are to like 2 o'clock and 11 to 2 o'clock, 2 a.m.
So that wouldn't apply to this applicant because they're only asking to go to 1 a.m., correct?
to 1 a.m. Yes, sir.
What about endorsement, entertainment endorsements? How many in that general vicinity have entertainment endorsements?
Give me 1 second. It's on my notes. Entertainment endorsements, they're out of 43 licenses having for 23, so 23 have an entertainment endorsement, 23 establishments, sir.
23 have endorsed, have the EE.
Yes,
What are
sir.
the hours? What are generally the hours of those 23 establishments? Ballpark figure.
Ballpark to 2 o'clock a.m.
And that's for the entertainment endorsement.
Yes, sir.
But that wouldn't apply to this licensee because they're only asking to go to 1 a.m. Is that correct?
To 1 a.m. Yes, sir.
There was some information requested about placarding. When was this establishment placarded?
I don't, let me see. I'm not certain when it was placarded. It's back in May, I do believe. May.
Take your time, just you should be able to find it in your records.
Yes. Can't seem to get my hands on it right now.
Were you given?
It was placarded back in, looked like the protest petition was January 23rd. Placard posting date was December 9, 2022.
12/9/22.
Yes.
Thank you.
That's the posting date.
When was the protest registered with ABRA or with the ABCA board? I mean, ABCA agency that you work for.
ABRA, ABCRA.
Well, when they petitioned the establishment, it's in one of the exhibits, Exhibit 1. I don't have that date. I'm sorry, what was your question again, Mr. Short?
What date did the protest file with our agency?
It looks like it was back in February. Roll call hearing was back in February 13. That was the roll call hearing.
You wouldn't have the date that the protest was filed with the agency?
Yeah, I don't have that date available, Mr. Short.
Okay.
I just have the hearing date.
To sum up my questioning, so 1 a.m., all the activities that this applicant is asking for, that'll be the latest that they'll be open for anything that they want to do with this new license should it be granted. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir, as far as I know.
All right. Thank you very much for the information you provided me, and that is all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Any other questions by any of the board members? Hearing none. Mr. Klein, do you have any questions?
Yes, just a few. Good afternoon, Investigator Butler.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
So, in response to your inquiry to Ms. Harris, there were no specific issues that were identified concerning this application and the permissions requested. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. And I noticed in your report that you made a point in section C of talking about how many of the establishments have settlement agreements on page
Yes.
6.
Okay.
Why is that in your report? How's that relevant? What does that have to do with?
Well, when I break it down as far as how many establishments are in the area of 1,200 feet, I normally include the different entities that they have. So just to make it, easy for me, if there was a question about what type of entertainment, how many, summer gardens and so forth.
I get all that, but is it somehow relevant that somebody has a settlement agreement or doesn't have a settlement agreement?
It's just something that I put in the report. I don't know if it's relevant to the case or not.
Okay. All right. Now, in the zoning section on page 3, you indicate that this is in an R1 zone, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any knowledge as to what that means specifically in terms of what the purpose of an R1 zone is in the zoning regulations?
Well, as far as I know, it entails the building structures and what can be housed or used in that particular area. R1, R2 zone, existing buildings, that's a lot. And they, how many square feet there is within the area, non-residential uses, provided non-uses, grocery grounds, grocery stores, story buildings. I don't break it down. I don't really know exactly how many buildings and what it pertains to.
All right. Great. Thank you. I don't have any further questions of the witness at this time. Thank you.
Ms. Harris? Any questions?
Thank you. Yes, apologies. I was taking myself off of mute. Thank you, Investigator Butler, and thank you for your report. As a clarifying question, it seems that would you agree that you normally include settlement agreements, the number of settlement agreements in all of your reports, regardless of the nature of the establishment? Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, so it's pretty standard. And then did you include in your report anything related to the sports wagering that this applicant is seeking, at least in comparison to other establishments? Are there any other ones in the nearby block?
I'm not certain. I didn't get into sports betting and how many have in this area, within the area.
Okay. That's it. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Mr. Butler, thank you for your testimony today. You're free to go.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Klein, do you have a witness you wish to call?
Yes, but before I do that, I would ask that the board take administrative notice of the notice of public hearing issued by the then Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration. Placard posting date December 9th of 2022. It should be in the board's records. It is the notice of public hearing concerning this hearing, as well as the setting forth the protest petition deadline of January 23rd, the roll call hearing date of February 13th, and of course today's protest hearing date of April 12th. It sets forth the nature of operation of the establishment, and including the sports wagering that is being sought, and also sets forth the hours of operation, alcoholic beverage sales, service, and consumption inside the premises for the Sidewalk Cafe, and hours of live entertainment as being Sunday through Thursday, 8 a.m. to 2 a.m., Friday and Saturday, 8 a.m. to 3 a.m. So I'm not sure where the confusion came or where those other hours came, but I would ask that the board take administrative notice that that indeed was what was contained in the application and is what was reflected in the public notice as to what was being sought by this applicant.
The board will take administrative notice of its records. Thank you.
Second, I would ask that the board take administrative notice of 11 DCMR 1900 and the sections following it. 11 DCMR is the zoning regulations, which provide the definition of the Arts Overlay District. The Arts Overlay District is designed to encourage arts and entertainment uses, including eating and drinking establishments. And in addition, is designed to foster 18-hour activity. We would ask that the board take administrative notice that that is what is provided in the zoning regulations, specifically in 11 DCMR section 1900 et seq, if I may use a little bit of Latin.
The board will take administrative notice of the public record.
Great. All right. Well, with that, I will call Rob Esplin as a witness.
Is Mr. Esquin, has that person been elevated, or do they need to? Okay. All right, Mr.
Here.
I'm sorry, sir. His name is Rob Esquin.
Esplin, E-S-P-L-E-N.
Mr. Esplin, I mean, for some reason your signal is poor. So once you raise your right hand, and then maybe you can be off camera. So can you raise your right hand, sir? Hello? I believe now he's frozen.
Sir.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yeah, sir.
All right, sir. Do you swear? You're frozen. I don't know what's going on. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
You, sir.
All right. Are you able to go to a different without your camera on, speak to see if I can hear you.
Can you hear me now, sir?
I'm sorry?
Can you hear me now?
We have a court reporter, and I can't hear you, and I doubt the court reporter can hear you because you're not in your signal is poor. Even with your video off, your signal is poor. Mr. Oriana, can you provide him the call-in number on the chat, and so maybe he can call into this hearing, because I don't think it's working. But I think the video is not working because his signal is very poor, and there's really no way I believe he can testify with this connection.
Oh, 1 second.
Mr. Klein, can you let him know that he needs to check the chat? We'll provide him a call-in number so he can call in on the phone because the video connection is poor.
Yes, we will.
Mr. Chairman, I believe Mr. Esplin is trying to speak.
I can't hear him, so
Okay.
I think. All
They're
right.
going to call in. I apologize. They're calling in. There was a miscommunication. They're calling in via phone.
Right. So can you just provide? Can you let us know what? Not his entire phone number, but maybe if he has a unique area code. What's the area code?
So
If
he
it's not
just
202.
so he just said that he did call in, but he needs to be unmuted.
What is his area code, ma'am? So I can have the person unmute him.
Oh, his area code is 516.
So, Mr. Oriana, can you please unmute area code, the caller with area code 516, you said, ma'am?
516, yes.
516.
I see a 561 and a 703. I'll try.
The 561?
561.
All right, sir, can you unmute your phone? I think you're unmuted. Hello? Caller,
Good afternoon. Sorry about the connection issues.
All right, fine. It's your witness, Mr. Klein. Have him spell and state his name again for the record, Mr. Klein, please. You're unmute, I can't hear you, Mr. Klein.
Sorry about that. Mr. Esplin, will you state your name and spell it for the record, please?
Yes, sir. Rob, R-O-B, Esplin, E-S-P-L-E-N.
And where are you employed, Mr. Esplin?
I'm employed with Wise Hospitality and Entertainment.
And what is that company's connection to the applicant in this case?
We are the operator and owner of the establishment.
Okay. And how long have you been employed by the company?
Just over a year and a half, sir.
Have you otherwise been employed in the hospitality / restaurant / entertainment business?
Yes, sir. It's the only business I've ever known. I started bussing tables when I was 15 years old and became a manager at the age of 18. I have over 20 years of management experience.
Tell the board a few of the highlights of your background in terms of operating in this industry.
Absolutely. I started my career at Miller's Ale House, which is a well-known powerhouse chain in the Southeast. Quickly grew to the Lowe's hotels industry. I was in hotels for 7 years with Lowe's Hotels, and then also opened the Wyndham Grand Series, which was the first ever 4-star, 4-diamond property that Wyndham opened in Orlando, connected to Disney. There, I moved on to work for Jose Garces, which is one of the Iron Chefs. I actually worked in DC at 13th and M at the Lowe's Madison property there for 2 years, opened that restaurant, and then moved to work with him in Philadelphia for an additional 4 years. Worked with Steven Starr's catering group, as well as the vice president of operations there. And then I moved over to Live Hospitality Entertainment, like I said, about a year and a half ago as the VP of operations of Casino Food and Beverage, where we operate 3 casinos in Maryland, Philadelphia, and Pittsburgh.
Okay. And the company that you're with now, so you mentioned that it operates a couple of casinos. What other activities or businesses is the company involved in and where?
We own and operate over 90 different concepts throughout the United States between Texas, Kansas City, St. Louis, Louisville, Florida, Orlando, Miami, also Baltimore as well, ranging in size from a 10,000 square foot freestanding unit like this Sports and Social, all the way up to a 200,000 square foot entertainment complex that might house 12 to 15 different concepts in it.
And what is your role in this business with these 90 different locations?
As the Vice President of Operations, I'll oversee operational activities after construction is turned over.
Okay. So you're after construction is done, correct? Did we hear that right?
Correct. Yes,
All
sir.
right. So that means you're involved in the day-to-day operation, correct?
Absolutely.
All right. Now, to the extent that we know what the protestants concerned about, there were concerns expressed about the safety, first due to the establishment's size. What can you say about that in terms of what's in place and what steps might be taken to protect the public and to protect patrons in terms of safety?
Say that again, Andrew. Did you say spacing or security?
Safety.
Safety. Obviously, first and foremost, as everyone's identified, we've applied for a gambling license, which comes with its set of requirements of round-the-clock security, surveillance, and also specific security numbers, which we have yet to get from the team, but ultimately we will have security from open to close with the sports betting.
Okay, and what's the purpose of the security? Is it just to safeguard the money, or what's it for?
It's to safeguard our guests. You know, I think as you get to know the Cordish companies and live hospitality and entertainment, we strive to be pillars of the community. It's not just within our four walls. We want to make sure that we're providing a clean, safe, and fun environment for all guests to enjoy.
Now, you mentioned that you operate venues from 10,000 to 200,000 square feet. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And these larger venues, what are they? Is there anything that the board members may know or anything anyone may have heard of?
Yeah, the closest one would be Power Plant Live in Baltimore. We have Texas Live that's anchored right outside of the AT&T Stadium. Live at the Battery in Atlanta, which is right outside where the Braves play. 4th Street Live, and also St. Louis, where we've helped redevelop the downtown part of that city. Kansas City Live, also helping redevelop the downtown aspect of Kansas City. And then ultimately we just sent our press release out a couple days ago about opening in Miami at Dolphin Mall.
And this Live is kind of a brand for your company, right?
Correct, sir.
And these live venues, they tend to be larger?
They tend to be larger, yes, sir.
And those come with a separate set of management challenges, correct?
Yes.
And in operating those venues, you are entrusted by those host cities to ensure the safety of the public. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
All right. And in doing that, what are some of the things that you do there?
Between security and ultimately making sure that we are providing a clean, safe, and fun environment. Like I said before, we want to make sure that every guest enjoys themselves, especially as from a responsible serving aspect. We make sure that our teams go through training from a management perspective to make sure that we aren't over-serving guests. We also offer a safe ride home opportunity as well to make sure that everyone can get home if they did have too much.
Okay. Now, in terms of security, specifically at this location, we touched on it a little bit, but let's dive a little deeper. What's intended with respect to security? How many, do we know how many yet, and what will the roles be, and what will their training be?
Typically, we have a par of security per number of guests that we're anticipating. That has not been established by the gaming board yet, so I wouldn't want to speak to that. But ultimately, we will have whatever is required to us by the gaming. In addition to that, anytime that we have, say if there's a major sporting event, which we're really well known for our game watches, and we're expecting a crowd, we typically have an increased number of security just to make sure that everyone's having a good time, but also knows that there's a presence there to make sure that we don't have anything that might get out of hand.
Will you have a security camera system installed in the establishment?
Yes, sir.
And what's that like?
I would probably defer to my colleague Dave in terms of what is the amount of cameras and what the security system looks like.
Okay, all right. Well, we're going to have him on in a minute, so we'll talk to him about that. Now, in terms of training, what kind of training will you provide the personnel that work in your establishment?
So our managers go through an extensive onboarding training. Actually, our general manager who's been hired, he's been working at our Bethesda location at Pike and Rose for the last 6 months. So he already knows and understands the operation extensively. He will transfer to this location. He's also a resident of DC, lives 2 blocks down the street, and very excited. They go through, as I spoke before, responsible serving training as well, and then also any state or district required trainings that come up.
Now, we're talking about, I think, in their alcohol awareness training. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And who is it that you will require undergo alcohol awareness training?
All of our managers undergo the full training, and then we also have our servers and bartenders go through Serve Safe training as well. Okay,
so the Serve Safe training is one of the brands of alcohol awareness training, correct?
Yes, sir.
So even though under district law only managers are required, it is your intention to train all service personnel?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in terms of security, what's their training like?
So our training security is through a third party. We do not manage them specifically, but we do ask that they are trained in de-escalation techniques and that they are hospitable, right? That we want them guest facing. These aren't going to be your typical knuckle draggers that are coming out and trying to provoke anything. We want them to be able to de-escalate any situation. And also they typically participate in active shooter training that happens as well.
Now, we're going to look at some exhibits in a minute, and some renderings and some photos, but I'm not sure that we've really captured what is this place? What's the vibe? What's the nature of it? What can people expect when they walk in?
Yeah, Sports and Social is your best place to watch a game if you're not at the game. You know, we invest heavily into an LED screen that is next to none in comparison. You know, for our entertainment aspect, we're really just playing music in between the commercial breaks to help keep the energy up, to really enjoy the entirety of the game. We have what we call Game Watch, where it's for games that matter, as well as the social aspect that we want folks to come and enjoy themselves. You know, for us, we see ourselves as an escape for the everyday guest to come and have some fun.
You, as part of this application, were seeking an entertainment endorsement. What would typically be the entertainment that might be featured in this establishment?
Typically, it might be a solo acoustic act for brunch that might be from 11 to 3. We might have a happy hour entertainment aspect where we might have a solo acoustic act again that would be, you know, from 4 to 7 o'clock. You know, really our entertainment aspect is atmospheric. It's not very hard in your face that you typically might expect in another opportunity.
So would you distinguish your operation from many of the so-called nightclubs that exist in the neighborhood or around town?
Yes, sir.
And how so, just to be clear?
For us, it's, you know, we are not obviously I'm deaf in one ear. I don't want to go deaf going into our bars. We want to be able to have a conversation when you're standing at the bar. We want the atmosphere and the music to be a part of the experience, not the experience.
Now, speaking of hearing and speaking of noise, that is the other concern that was expressed in the protest information form. We're going to hear from your colleague in a minute in terms of the structure, but from an operational standpoint, what is it that you will do to mitigate noise that might be a problem in the establishment?
Yeah, I think you're going to hear from Dave that our music system is very sophisticated in terms of range and how we are able to angle speakers and we do this preemptively so that the management team doesn't have to worry about intruding upon our exterior guests, that we are really making sure that we're building this system to be appropriate to our specifications. This is our 12th sports and social concept that is opening. We have a string of others under lease already that are in various stages of construction. So it's our opportunity to ensure that we start off with the right foot and that we get great reviews right from our guests from the go.
Right, but and Dave is going to testify what will be in place to control noise, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, but that typically gets tweaked after you get open and you see how the place runs, right?
Absolutely. We're always, from hours of operation, the way our speakers are pointing, the way our TV LED output lighting is, we're constantly making sure that we are delivering the best experience.
All right, and that comes under from an operations standpoint, that comes under your purview, correct?
It does, sir.
So just to clarify, if despite the efforts of Dave and his team in terms of building out the space so that it's not bothersome from a noise standpoint, there's still issues, then once you get open, what are the types of things that you'll do?
So we typically have a fully manned management team that is in place that helps manage the sound from a moment-to-moment standpoint, as well as we might have a technician that could also potentially, they're changing the screens on the TV. They can also control the sound within seconds. If they notice that maybe a commercial comes on and it's playing too loud, they can turn the sound down. We have constant management of our sound that's going on at all times.
Okay, and from a guest experience standpoint, what's the goal of the sound management?
As I said before, it's about, it should be a part of the experience, not the experience, right? Like you don't want somebody to get blasted away and not return. We want people to enjoy the game. We want to be able to conversate, have fun, enjoy a couple laughs with their friends. We're not putting on a rock fest.
Now you mentioned a location in Bethesda, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's open and operating?
Yes, sir.
And is that pretty similar to what you will be doing at this location?
Yes.
And how long have you been open out there?
2 years. About 2 years now.
All right. And what's been the experience there? And you have residents in proximity of that location, don't you?
We do. Yes, we're in the Pike and Rose district. The experience is very positive. We've had a very good 2 years there. I think even if you were to call the developers of Pike and Rose, that we are great partners, not just within the four walls, but from community events and outreach and anything that, again, we can do to be good partners within the community. That's where I think the difference is with Cordish companies that we bring in live hospitality and entertainment.
All right. Now you mentioned Cordish companies. That's a company out of Baltimore?
Yes, it is, sir.
Been around for a little bit?
About 100 years, I'd say a little bit.
All right. If I could get sharing privileges, there's a few exhibits that I would like to review with Mr. Esplin.
Mr. Oriana, can you please allow Mr. Bryan to share screen, please? You don't have the ability as yet, Mr. Klein?
Can you see it?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Esplin, can you tell me what you see in this photo?
I see a rendering of our main dining room.
Okay, and is that existing? Where is that?
That is a rendering that is drawn. It is pretty close. I mean, I'll defer to Dave, but actually the majority of the furniture is existing from use from the Smith, actually.
Okay, and that's what the space is intended to look like?
Yes, sir.
show you the next one.
Yep, we're utilizing the same exact bar that the Smith had, and just changing the paint color in reality, plus a couple light treatments.
And for the record, that's labeled as Exhibit 1B, and the prior photo is labeled as Exhibit 1A. Show you the next photo.
Yes, sir.
What do we see here?
That is one of our LED screens.
And
what
go
I
ahead.
would call our private dining area.
Okay, so this is a private dining area.
Yes. Well, it's a
And
carve
is-
out. It's something that we would sell as a private event for guests that typically come in for events that might want to have a sectioned off area.
And is this customizable in terms of layout, furniture layout, tables, in terms of what is in there?
It's not the easiest thing to move, but we're happy to move it for the right price.
I got it. Okay. All right. Exhibit 1D.
Yes.
What do we see here?
Again, another what we call our social lounge area. Again, just a nice seating area that provides a nice ambiance.
And 1E.
This would be our sports betting area, so our kiosks and also a cashier for the sports betting.
Right. I'm showing you, actually go to this one first. Exhibit 2A, what do we have here?
This is our wine and beer selection on this side of the menu.
And 2B?
Would be our specialty cocktails, our signature crushes, and draft beer.
And 2C?
That's just the exterior of our menu.
Actually, I think this is labeled 3B, just for the record. So this is what?
This is our food menu. Salads, bowls, tacos, burgers, all American fare with a slight Tex-Mex feel is typically the way we go.
Okay. And in terms of food, how much food from a percentage standpoint do you expect to sell at this location?
Typically, we're about a 50-50 mix in terms of food to beverage.
All right. So, I mean, under district law, there isn't any question that you're a restaurant, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
All right. Exhibit 4, what do we see here?
This is high top seating along with our signature LED screen. That's just awesome.
And this is an existing location, correct?
Under construction.
Okay, so this is the same. Okay, this is a rendering of the same location. Got it.
Yep.
And Exhibit 5?
That's under construction as well.
Okay, and that is in the U Street location under construction, correct?
Yes, that's another one of our sports and socials that's under construction.
So that is not the U Street location.
No, that is a different one located in Nashville.
All right, so this is just to give a sense of what the places are like.
Yep, exactly.
And Exhibit 6?
That's the front facade of the one located in Nashville, yes.
In Nashville. And Exhibit 7?
The same of the patio outside in Nashville.
And Exhibit 8?
That's actually Allentown, which is up and operating and has been operating. We're getting ready to celebrate our 1-year anniversary in 8 days.
Okay. And do all of your establishments have sports wagering?
All of them have a affiliation with sports wagering that are the freestanding. So DraftKings, we work with FanDuel and Bethesda, Betway, as well as Allentown. And then when I was personally in the casinos as well, I oversaw 3 sports and socials that had active betting within the casino as well.
Now, do those present separate challenges?
I think not separate challenges, separate opportunities. I think, from what I've seen as sports wagering with a sports bar, it really allows guests to fully enjoy themselves, and it provides a different experience that is just unrivaled in anywhere in the United States.
Now, we were talking before about alcohol awareness training, and you're, of course, aware of the prohibition against serving those who are intoxicated. Are there any separate rules as a result of the fact that you expect to have a sports wagering license?
Yes, typically in all jurisdictions that we cannot actively allow guests to be gambling while intoxicated.
Okay, so if you serve someone who's intoxicated, that's potentially an ABC violation, correct?
Yes.
Who's intoxicated, then that's potentially a lottery board violation.
Correct.
Correct?
Yes.
Okay. And are there other requirements that will be layered on to your alcoholic beverage and Department of Health requirements and what have you as a result of your having a sports wagering license?
We're waiting to hear back from the lottery in terms of if all of our employees need to be licensed as casino licensed employees or not. We have not heard back yet on that.
Okay. But there are specific security requirements as well, right?
Yes, absolutely. Between security and also surveillance, yes.
All right. I have no further questions of this witness at this time.
Ms. Harrison, a question for this witness.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Esplin, do you live in DC?
I do not.
Okay. And is this the first sports and social in DC?
It is. And to go back to my last question, I did live in DC for 2.5 years when I worked here at 15th and R. Very familiar with the neighborhood.
So have you talked with anyone in the community here in DC about sports and social?
Yes, actually, I attended an ANC meeting, I believe it was in February, and then also had a separate conversation with a concerned citizen as well, specifically about our trash, that we were able to confirm that our trash is located within the building and not exposed to anybody outside.
How many times a week are you getting your trash picked up?
Typically, we have 3 times a week pickup. That is our standard, and then we also increase based on demand. So it's unknown sometimes, but actually we get fined if the trash is overloaded and we have to call for an emergency pickup. So between fines and also emergency outside of hour pickups, we really try to manage our trash at an effective rate.
Are you aware that where the establishment is located in Ward 1, that we have the most, based on Department of Health, the most rat requests and issues with rats?
I did not know that specifically, but we have a full pest management service that's required by the Board of Health, obviously, but we really make sure that we maintain a clean facility at all times, as well as with our trash.
Would you say that it's a bit reactive, that you're basing your trash collection on demand versus proactively setting it maybe daily?
It can be daily. I would not say that that's something that we've ever seen before, even in operating in Baltimore, that might have a similar rat problem.
So back to some other questions. Have you worked with anyone on the ANC at the previous places you've operated?
No, I did not.
Okay. So can you describe the kind of external atmosphere at your at Sports and Social in Bethesda? Like, describe to me, kind of describe the surroundings, Pike and Rose, where is it? Is it kind of in the suburbs? Is it in a more urban part?
Yeah, Pike and Rose is a development community that has, I believe, 8 other restaurants operating within. high-rise development condos and residential buildings. It's a really great mixed use. I think it's actually one of the most critically acclaimed new developments that's actually happened. We are right on the corner. We have a beautiful patio that is dining seating across, and we also have some TVs outside so guests can enjoy watching the games or watching TV while they dine.
So you said there are 8 other restaurants in kind of Pike and Rose.
I believe so, if not more.
Do you know how many restaurants or bars there are on U Street?
A lot. We just referenced that there was I think 40 within 1,200 feet.
Mm-hmm. So based on that, how would you you talked a little bit about kind of your operations and the management staff, but how would you determine if there are issues, or how would you address outside kind of issues that maybe the staff isn't picking up on?
So I think, being a fabric within the community, our guests are touching every table. I always say we don't leave it to chance that, our managers are interacting with our guests as well as our servers, and even community partners like yourself, we expect to have have local other charities and communities, Chamber of Commerce members that we typically partner with to make sure that we have a really good relationship to understand if there's something going on that we need to be aware of.
But you currently have only talked with one other community member and you haven't worked with the ANC in the past. This would be your first time.
Yes, that was the community member that reached out about a concern. Absolutely.
Okay. Are you aware of the safety concerns and harmful impacts that go along with sports wagering and gambling?
Yes, absolutely. We're fully trained in it.
Okay. Are you also, even though you don't live in DC, are you aware of the heightened anxiety and stress and feelings around crime and safety that are happening in DC and particularly on U Street?
Yes, I would say, I visited the site. I've, been part of the site selection and making sure that we're understanding where we are and where we want to be, but I don't know everything to everything. And I would say I don't know what I don't know as well.
Okay. And you said you don't know the number of security kind of details or the number of cameras. Is that correct?
Number of cameras, like I said, I'm going to defer to my partner, Mr. Zellman, who's sitting next to me, who is our head architect or vice president, I should say, of architect and design. Security is most likely going to be dictated to us by the lottery board. So that is something that I just wouldn't like to quote because obviously that's going to be part of the lottery process.
Are you all a cashless for the sports wagering? Is it cashless?
We will have a cashier cage.
Okay. Are you aware about the vulnerabilities with that?
Yes, and that's obvious. That's why we'll have the security there.
So are you only going to have the required number of security guards, or do you all plan on going above and beyond that since?
Yeah, like I said before.
Objection. It seems facts are not in evidence. I don't know what the required number is, and I'm not sure that that's been established at this point, or even that there is one.
I'll overrule the objection. If he can answer, he can. If not, are you able to answer the question, sir?
Yes, sir. Like I said before, between managing the crowd, that's where our on-site management team comes in, that we see if there's a problem or anything arising, that we are very proactive in making sure that if we have to obtain more security, if we're expecting a crowd because we're showing a game, if Georgetown is playing in the Final Four of the NCAA playoffs, which hopefully happens next year, we're going to make sure that we have a security force present to be able to, maintain the room.
Would you say that that's more reactive versus proactive?
I would not, because if we know that the game is coming on a date and we understand that what is happening, I think that's very proactive.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. Any questions by the board members?
Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Grandis.
Thank you. Sir, you mentioned the Bethesda location. During your presentation, you mentioned various different concepts throughout the country. Is the Bethesda model the model that you all are proposing for DC?
Yes, very similar.
And how many square feet is the Bethesda model, the Bethesda location?
11,000 square feet.
And what is the square footage for this location you're proposing?
Roughly 7,000 square feet, I believe, sir.
I don't think they're the same model exactly, but okay. There's a very big difference in size. So what type of...
There's not a lot of...
Ahead, sir.
I'm sorry, I was just saying that it's really the difference in the back of the house. We took over, the Bethesda location was a Del Frisco's Grill that we had taken over that had went out of business, that had a very big kitchen. The Smith just does not have as much back of house space. So front of house is probably about the same, I would say, in terms of capacity and size.
Okay, thank you for that. What types of entertainment are offered at the Bethesda location?
Like I said, we have acoustical acts typically, and then we have a programmer that really helps with the sound in between commercials, and that's really where the activity comes in of making sure that we're keeping the energy up through the games.
Okay. What type of gaming activities are up in Bethesda?
From a sports wagering perspective?
I don't know. I mean,
yeah,
you tell me.
So, yeah,
okay.
Sponsorship of FanDuel, so it can be tennis, it could be soccer, football, baseball.
No,
I think.
I'm sorry. What? Okay, DC, we have our own sports wagering type of endorsements. Okay, in Maryland, I'm not familiar with their types of sports wagering. What type of gambling activities are available in Bethesda? Or maybe I should say what will be available, what will be happening in DC, similar to what is going on in Bethesda.
In Bethesda is online app only, and you have to be within a casino to bet in person within a cage in Maryland.
And in DC?
DC will have the ability to have in-person wagering that would be at the cashier or the kiosk, yes.
So there is sort of a different concept in DC because of what the law allows. Am I hearing you correctly?
That's correct, specifically at Bethesda, but we do have our sports and socials that operate within casinos that have the cashier cages, the kiosks, and also the online wagering. So we're we understand exactly how to operate these models.
Are you aware of the crime statistics in the U Street corridor?
Not specifically.
And I'm hearing that the model you want to have in DC is going to allow someone who happens to be fortunate, I should say, or lucky or whatever, they can walk out with a significant amount of cash, or is there a limit that they can walk out with from your cage?
That I'm unaware of. I don't operate the, I'm not fully up to speed on what the lottery has said yet for that.
I will tell you, I think there needs to be a recognition that, like most urban areas, DC has seen an increase in nighttime crime in our entertainment areas. And I would hope that maybe you all need to really think about a quote cash type of situation where it could become known throughout the city. Hey, I could win whatever and leave, because I think not only will people who would want to be customers, but I think the criminal community will learn that as well. So that is something I think we need a little more information on. When you say that you're going to have this acoustical band or group, do you plan to have any outside speakers?
We do have
in your
3
sidewalk cafe.
I'll defer to the number of speakers to Dave, but we do have planned speakers for outside, and he can speak to the specifics of how they have a very narrow range that point downwards directly at our cafe. So from being able to have directional speakers, we are able to really mitigate any type of sound that might float throughout the entire community.
Well, I would maybe request that your attorney help advise you all on the types of outside electronic equipment that you're allowed to have in DC, and also about noise regulation and about after 10 o'clock and all types of things. I'm sure your attorney is very knowledgeable to advise you on, but it may not be the same as it is in Kansas City or in Bethesda. So please be mindful that we are very concerned about where noise propagates.
Yes, sir, and thank you for that. We'll make sure we follow up.
Mr. Chairman, I have others, but I'll just leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morales. Any other questions by any other board members? Miss Harris, do you have any questions based on the questions that were asked by the board?
I do base it. So just, I guess, a question. There's planned speakers for the sidewalk cafe. Is that, yes, Mr. Esplin?
Yes, that's correct.
Are you aware of any other establishments in the area that have speakers in the sidewalk cafe?
Objection as to relevance.
I mean, I'm overruling the objection. If he can answer the question, he can answer the question.
I'm not aware of any. I do know that like Diplomat has speakers, I believe, outside. When I've walked by, especially working with Steven Starr in the past, they do have speakers, as well as our speakers will be on a separate loop that we will be able to manage the sound separately or independently of the rest of the audio within the building, to be able to help manage it better if need be.
And in my understanding, there's actually no establishments that have at least very amplified speakers on U Street. I know that you know, it might be another witness that we may speak to. But so you have no formalized plan in place yet, based on someone entering, winning a lot of money, and there's no limit and your knowledge, and then leaving. There's no security plan or things in place to help, you know, mitigate or to help keep that person safe who has maybe potentially won.
From a security
I'm happy
plan,
to go ahead. Sorry.
No, I'm sorry, and that's why we're waiting to hear back from the lottery. Obviously, we have 3 casinos that we operate that we do this extensively, so we understand the needs and basis, but really we're waiting to hear back from the lottery to make sure that if there is any other kind of idiosyncrasies, I would say, to the DC specific regulations, so we want to make sure that we're there versus just writing a plan and probably not communicating it appropriately, because there might be a difference that DC might require versus Maryland or Pennsylvania.
And when do you all plan on opening?
We're hopeful for sometime in the fall, early winter of this year.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Any redirect, Mr. Klein?
Yes, just a little. Mr. Esplin, let's, in terms of trash, you touched on it, but I want to make sure we're crystal clear. Where will the trash be stored?
The trash is stored inside the building behind a door in the loading dock. So there is a loading dock that you enter from the back side of the building. It has a door that will close, and our trash dumpster will be located within.
Okay, and it's a dumpster, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's insulated from the public alley?
Yes, sir.
And if there's need for additional trash pickup on more than 3 days a week, you will make those arrangements?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now let's talk for a minute about Pike and Rose, where you operate your Bethesda location. And you mentioned that it's a development. Let's put some meat on those bones. Are there office buildings there?
Yes.
Do you know how many?
I don't know off the top of my head. We know a lot of them come down for happy hour, though.
All right, and there's also a number of residential buildings? I didn't hear you if you gave an answer.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have any idea how many residential buildings?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay. Can you estimate how many? Well, no. Let me withdraw that. What are the heights of the buildings there? Any idea? Approximately
20 stories.
20 stories. Is that what we heard?
I'm sorry, 7 to 8 is what my colleague is. 7 to 8.
All right, you got to testify. No whispering in your ear here. We're talking about your knowledge.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so go ahead.
I said, unfortunately, I can't estimate the height when I look up that high.
Okay. All right. And do you have an approximation of how many buildings are there?
At least 6, including the hotel.
Okay. So there's a hotel, and there are maybe 3 or 4 residential buildings. Does that sound about right?
Yeah.
Okay. If I may have sharing privileges again.
I believe you probably still do, Mr. If not, I will show you.
Well, excellent. Thank you. So, showing you a list of a number of restaurants. To your knowledge, does this look like the restaurants that are at Pike and Rose?
Yes, sir.
Looks like a bit more than 6, doesn't it?
Yep.
Mr. Chair, this is from pikeandrose.com/dine. And as rebuttal, I would move this into evidence. I'm happy to send a link to the board's counsel if that makes life easier or whatever works.
Ms. Harris.
No objection.
You said no objection? So what exhibit
No.
is this, Mr.? What exhibit is this, Mr. Klein?
This is now exhibit 9.
And you're aware, Mr. This is the only exhibit that's in the record, exhibit 9.
Yeah, I'll move the other ones. I'm aware.
And so exhibit 9, what again specifically is exhibit 9?
Exhibit 9 is a web page of the dining opportunities at Pike and Rose in Bethesda.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, sir?
Yes. Mr. Esplin, how many of the 90 to 100 establishments that your company runs throughout the country have on-premises sports wagering? Approximately.
8.
8. And how do you know when the earliest one was opened with sports wagering?
Well, Maryland Live, which is our casino, opened 11 years ago.
Okay. Do any of these 8 have restrictions on how much people can win or how much they can walk out with?
No, sir.
And is your company experienced in managing the problems that might arise with a patron walking off of your premises with money?
Absolutely. Security is our #1 concern for our guests and also our team members.
One of these casinos is in Baltimore, is that correct?
Hanover, Maryland, yes.
Hanover, Maryland, okay. And where are the others?
Philadelphia in the Sports Entertainment District, and also in Westmoreland, which is right outside of Pittsburgh.
Okay. The Sports and Entertainment District in Philadelphia, that's a rather dense, concentrated area of people.
Home of the Eagles, Phillies, Sixers, and also the Flyers.
And on game nights, there's a whole lot of people down there?
Over 100,000 sometimes.
And are there issues with crime down there from time to time?
Yes, but we have a great security and police force that help manage it. Obviously, when you have a group that dies, there's something that can happen, but it's a very safe space.
And on game nights, there's quite a few more people down there than there are on U Street, correct?
I would venture to say yes.
And your company's been able to manage people walking out of that establishment with winnings, correct?
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions of this witness.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Epstein. You are free to go. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Have a great one.
All right,
And I would move exhibits 1 through 7 and the various subparts, 1A, B, C, D, and E.
All right, these are the documents that we went through. You had exhibit 1B, 1A, 1B, 1C, 1D, 2A, 2B, 3B, exhibit 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Those are the only documents that we went through. Those are, and so are you asking for us to move those exhibits into evidence, sir?
Yes, I am.
Ms. Harris?
No objection.
Without objection. Thank you. All right. How many more witnesses do you have, Mr.?
Just one.
Just one more witness?
Yes,
sir. All right. I'm going to take a break after this other witness. I normally try to take a break every 2 hours. So since you have this one witness, we'll take a break after that witness. Okay. Who's your next witness, Mr.?
David Zellman.
I'm sorry, who's that?
Dave Zellman.
Mr. Zellman, can you raise your right hand, please? Unmute your phone and raise your right hand, please.
I think he's
Yes, can you see?
Same location as Mr. Esplin, so it may even be the same.
Well, all right.
Oh, no, there he is. I see him.
All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Speak for me, Mr. Zellman. Let me hear.
Yes, sir.
I'm trying to see how the signal is on your end. Or are you speaking on the phone? Or are you speaking through the video? Which one are you using, sir?
I am using the phone since it's been consistent for the past hour with Mr. Esplin. I'll use the same connection.
Okay, that's fine. All right. Your witness, Mr. Klein. Okay, go ahead.
Great. Mr. Zellman, spell your name for the record, please.
Sure. David, Z as in zebra, Elman.
And what's your connection to the applicant?
I am an employee of Live Hospitality and Entertainment.
And what's Live Hospitality and Entertainment's connection to the applicant?
Live Hospitality and Entertainment is the owner and operator of the proposed restaurant.
All right. And what's your job? What's your employment? What do you do?
My title is Vice President of Architecture and Design. I am a registered architect, and I've been with Cordish for over 7 years.
Right. And within architecture, do you have any particular specialty or concentration that you work in?
Yes, my entire career has been hospitality, entertainment projects, and I've been doing that for about 30 years now.
Okay, where were you prior to Cordish?
I was actually a consultant for Cordish for about 4 years prior to my employment with Cordish. Prior to that, I worked in multiple private firms across the U.S. doing casino, restaurant, and entertainment projects.
So what's your role in connection with this project?
I am responsible on a corporate level for all of our new food and beverage and casino projects, entertainment projects, making sure that they conform to our design and operational standards through the design and construction process.
Okay, so that means you're involved in their design in terms of how they're laid out and what mechanisms are in place for management.
That is correct, to a very detailed level.
And then carried over to the construction front when the design is actually implemented.
That is correct.
All right. And what does that involve? In terms of that involves noise management?
It does.
And it also involves perhaps placement of security systems and security cameras?
It does.
What else that might be relevant to persons that have concerns about peace, order, and quiet at this particular location? Anything?
I think one other one that is very important to us is lighting, such that we create a safe space, no harsh shadows or anything like that, no dark corners, things like that. That becomes very important, especially in the evening hours for our facilities. So I would add that as well.
Okay, and let's touch on that one because that one seems to be the one that we can move through the quickest.
Sure.
In terms of lighting, does that involve planning and design both within the space and the perimeter outside?
That is correct.
Okay. And what might you do outside to heighten the safety of your guests and other passersby?
Typically what we do is we first off design all the lighting so that obviously we cover all areas. Every light that we put in place is fully controllable, and what I mean by that is it is both dimmable and on separate zoning such that we can control it in small blocks independently, and we can control those light levels. The thing that we're able to do as well is we're able to measure light levels once we are done with construction. We have some very sophisticated tools that our consultants use for light levels, as we do for sound, but always in real life, these things do change a bit. So we build in an awful lot of adjustability in all these systems.
So you plan from a design standpoint, but then your work is not done. Is that what I'm hearing?
That is correct. With light levels specifically, as part of our construction completion process, we have a dimming session with multiple technicians available with our operations team. We set scenes, and those settings, frankly, are adjusted over a period of 30 to 60 days after opening to ensure that we have them right.
Okay. Now, let's talk for a minute about security. There's a security system of some kind?
That's correct. We will have video surveillance.
All right. And what do you do in terms of coverage with respect to video surveillance?
There are certain things that we cover as a corporate standard. Those would include all POS locations, point of sale, wherever there's a cash transaction. We cover all back of house places where cash is handled. That would be more the operational side. front of house side, we always cover all entry points and patios. And then we also do what we call panoramic cameras, 180s, 360s, whatever we need to cover the front of house areas. That's our corporate
So
standard.
Okay. Does that mean that you have coverage in some fashion of 100% of the venue?
Yes, we do, except restrooms, of course.
Except restrooms. Okay. And then you mentioned that there's coverage outside as well?
That's correct. We would always cover our entries, and we'd also be able, that camera can usually cover our patios as well. The technology is very wide angle at this point.
And then what about storage? What's typical in terms of storage of security footage?
It varies by location and requirements. Some locations do require full-time video surveillance of liquor storage, for example. Some others don't. Typically, what we would do is cover the hallways outside of those storage areas to see people go in and out. Again, varies by location and jurisdiction.
Okay. All right. And lastly, let's talk about sound and noise. You tell us about this location in terms of any issues that you foresee or foresaw with respect to noise from the establishment affecting either residents above or anybody else.
Sure. We have worked in the past numerous times in residential areas, so we're very attuned to some of the issues that may arise. One of the things that we discovered when we started examining the original documentation for the construction of this building, as well as the build out of the Smith, is that acoustic issues were addressed on day one when the Smith was built out. Specifically, there was a secondary ceiling placed between the first floor of the residential and the decorative ceiling of the Smith. So if you can envision, between our guests sitting at the dining seat, there are 3 horizontal structures between that and the residence up above. The first one being the decorative ceiling of the Smith that you would see if you were to look up. In between that is a second ceiling that was built only for acoustic purposes, and I can get into a little bit of that later. The third ceiling is the structural ceiling, which is the floor system of the apartments. So what I'm getting to is that there was a very extensive sound attenuation system in place as we inherited the space, which obviously we intend to maintain.
And you did a walk through the space with representatives of the landlord, is that correct?
We've done multiple walkthroughs, yes.
All right. And did they make a particular comment about the sound attenuation properties at this location?
Well, they had mentioned, of course, that it was a concern for the Smith when it was first built. They had also mentioned to us that they've never received a noise complaint. From a professional point of view, seeing that secondary ceiling, it is incredibly time-consuming and extensive construction, very thoughtful, something that we do in our premier properties. So it was very well thought out.
And the landlord, to your knowledge, the landlord is JBG Smith, is that right?
That's correct.
And was there a comment made that this may be the most soundproof retail space that they'd ever seen?
Something to that, I don't know if that would be a quote, but something to that effect, yes.
Okay. And then you took that, and were there additional sound mitigation measures that were then put in place on top of that?
That's correct. There are a few things that we did. Again, we are a family-oriented business. We are a family-run business, and we have no interest in alienating our customers who live right above us. So there are a few things that we did. The decorative ceiling that I first mentioned, the one that you see when you look up, was in Smith what I call a hard ceiling. There was no component to that ceiling that would be able to absorb sound. It can only deflect sound. As we rework the space, we will put in absorptive material such that we can capture more sound to further create any, to further mitigate any possible issues. The second thing that we have done in this space is that we have worked with our contractor and designer, Doble Industries, to create a fully zoned sound system that is highly distributed. And what I mean by highly distributed, instead of big speakers in front of the TVs or large subwoofers under the LED screens, this is all distributed sound with much smaller speakers. Therefore, each speaker hits a smaller range. A, they're not as powerful. B, I get more distributed sound. C, they're more tunable. This is obviously a premium, but in this space, it made sense, and it's something that we do in premium spaces like this.
So when you say they're tunable, what does that mean? What does that do?
As Rob mentioned, we have a technician on hand in real time who can adjust various levels of the speakers. Further, so that would be sound levels. Further, these speakers are tunable in terms of direction and sonic tone, so that we can literally tune what they call a drop-off, such that the speaker provides premium sound in a range, say from 6 to 9 feet away from the face of the speaker. Those techniques allow us to, what I use the term, a layman's term, to fine-tune this, such that the sound reaches the tabletops, but does not necessarily bleed out through the room or beyond.
Okay, so an example that I use, maybe because I'm of a certain generation, is that like what we see in the diner with the jukebox, where you have the individual boxes at each table?
They're certainly up above, but not terribly dissimilar. We set these up into zones by various spaces so that we can control, say, the center versus the perimeter versus a private dining, certainly in the exterior. All of those have separate, distinct controls, so we can control them individually.
Now, did I hear you correctly that they're audible within 6 to 9 feet?
That's an example. They are variable, but yes, they do have a drop-off component. That is something we can tune.
Okay, and is that also what you would employ for any outdoor areas?
Absolutely. We just opened a facility a few weeks ago in North Carolina that was also in a residential district, and we were able, with the technicians as part of our commissioning, our startup process, to literally take sound meters and step 20 feet away from the building, 30 feet away from the building, 40 feet away from the building, measure sound levels, and make sure that the sound dropped off properly. And we're able to do.
And given the 6 to 9 feet potential drop off that you mentioned, that means that they're tunable such that if you walked outside the perimeter of the sidewalk seating area, it can be tuned in such a way as it couldn't be heard, correct?
I will never say that if you stood there and listened very hard, you might be able to hear them, but the cutoff is pretty impressive.
Okay. And when you're finished designing and installing, I think what you're saying is it's not done, right? Because you've got someone on site who's managing this technology.
Correct. We have what we call a commissioning phase during our training, where we have all of our technicians and operators in, again, fine-tuning this to make sure that we don't have any issues, to make sure that our sound is consistent. One of the things about this that has not been mentioned yet is we are a sports bar. So you have to be able to hear the play-by-play. We're not interested in blasting music. You have to hear a spoken word. You want to hear the score. You want to hear who's making the play. So the clarity and distinctness of that sound system is much more important to us than volume. So we tune for that clarity, which means that we can't blast it, and we don't. But I'm sorry, I digress. But through that commissioning process, we will be doing that fine tuning during our training process. And what's interesting is even during those first days of opening, once you get a crowd in the room, it reacts a little differently. So we have to continue that tuning process for a few weeks into our operations.
I thought your digression was interesting. So what you're saying is if the NBA final game is on, then those that are in the establishment want to hear the play-by-play from the announcers?
Absolutely, that's what we do.
Okay, so the sound is managed in such a way that that's what's audible, correct?
Correct. Yes, clarity, not volume.
All right, clarity, not volume. Okay. And are there any other techniques that have been employed to manage sound or will be employed to manage sound within the venue?
Again, since we have an employee, a live individual in the room, and this is not simply a series of buttons in a back office, we can make our changes in real time, and that's how we operate. So
And
if
just
there
to
are,
go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Simply being able to address these issues as they come up immediately, I think is the best way to handle that with changing situations.
And just to be perfectly clear, the individual that you're talking about is an employee of the company, correct?
Yes.
Not a third party, not a promoter, not anybody else. This is somebody who's integral to the day-to-day operations of this particular location, correct?
And has been through the entire training regimen that Rob has described.
Okay. Okay. And just to make sure that we've covered it, with respect to security and safety, is there anything that we haven't talked about that might be part of the design of this location?
One of the things that we have not talked about is an additional overlay of security for the sports betting. The security cameras that I described are for our normal restaurant operations. DC will require additional cameras on all betting positions. We have them everywhere we go. That will be focusing on our cashier as well as our sports betting kiosks, as well as anybody approaching those kiosks. Again, the regulations vary district to district, but we will comply or exceed with all those districts in addition to what I had mentioned earlier.
Okay, and maybe I should have asked Rob, but you've been with the company a long time, so I'll ask you. So if somebody wins a wager and walks out and gets bopped on the head or worse, and their money stolen, what does that do for your business there?
That is lousy for our business. It is something we don't want to have happen. We obviously cannot control crime, but I think it's safe to say if somebody asked an employee for an escort to their car, we wouldn't hesitate for a moment to provide that escort, for example. It's common sense. Again, we're a family business. We would want to take any common sense precaution.
And with what is it, 90 or how many locations across the country?
Approximately 90.
Okay. And how long has the company been opening these and developing them?
We have been active in the restaurant entertainment business for well over 25 years and been involved in other developments such as residential and retail for an additional 75.
And are you involved when the company goes into new cities, new areas?
Yes.
And would a reputation that you couldn't manage what you're running in other cities have any effect on your ability to develop new projects?
Of course.
Great. Thank you. I have no further questions of the witness at this time.
Harris?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Zellman, do you live in DC?
I do not.
Are you, were you, and apologies, I just want to make sure, were you affiliated with the Smith in the past, or this is just what because it's going into the former Smith space?
No, I was not affiliated with the Smith. The reason I mentioned it is because we had access to their construction drawings and were actually able to observe that construction on site.
Okay. Did the Smith play any live games, or did they have multiple projections in their establishment?
I had been there a few times before they closed. I don't recall exactly the extent of their entertainment component at that site.
But based on the construction plans you saw, there was no screen projections that were up.
I don't recall any.
Okay. So going to sound, first, even you talked a little bit, I appreciate the efforts that you all are putting in place. I think that is really important because it seems like this is different than what the Smith had, based on kind of what you're saying and based on what I have seen when I visited the Smith before they closed. But would you say, when you say clarity instead of volume, I think that makes sense. But would you say that sports games are at a conversational kind of tone, or are they a little bit louder?
I don't know exactly how to answer that. If you're in an arena, they're louder. If we can control the volume, we can.
And then, well, I think you can control the volume, but how would you determine if there are issues? Like, how right now are you determining, the right sound levels to have it at, or the right clarity levels?
Again, it's by being in the space, being able to carry out a conversation while the entertainment is playing in the background. Very much like my colleague said, if you can't carry on a conversation, we're probably too loud. On the exterior, we would want that, again, to be a background sound so that you see an image on a TV and you're able to hear it, but not overwhelm the activities that you're doing with your companions.
So when you all do open up, how do you determine if there are issues with the volume levels? Kind of, how do you spot that before it becomes untenable?
Our guests are our greatest asset in this regard. We have never had a problem with all of our guests being too shy to tell us what they want, and we listen accordingly. That, and then having operated many of these over the years, we have a pretty good idea of that right mix of that background sound to the conversation going on.
Do you also define your guest as like the broader community, or is it just people who are in the space kind of identifying if there's an issue?
I would say the broader community as well. As has been mentioned multiple times here, we have restaurants in multiple residential districts. In every one of those districts, those residents have been taken into consideration. Again, those residents, we want them to be our guests, and often they are. So their contribution is very important to us.
Have you talked with anyone in the community?
I have not.
Okay. What type of sound mitigation do you have outside in the sidewalk cafes? On the sidewalk cafe, sorry, one cafe.
So again, there's not much opportunity for sound mitigation on a public street. There is opportunity for sound control. So making sure that we have specified the right speakers, again, specifying a higher number of speakers that need to cover a smaller area, and being able to tune and adjust them is how we intend to address this.
Okay. What can you describe the speakers that are going outside?
Their final manufacturer has not been picked yet. That goes through the bidding process, but they're going to be a smaller. They will look like a residential type, although they'll be built to a commercial level. But they look like a residential speaker, approximately 6 by 9 inches, waterproof. Again, a smaller unit.
So would you say it's like comparable to maybe a Sonos, like small residential speaker, or is it like a larger commercial one?
Again, I'd have to look at this. I'd have to look at this, the final spec, which hasn't been determined because we haven't bought them yet. But again, approximately that 6 by 9 inch size with approximately a 6-inch speaker is what we're looking at. It may vary by an inch or two.
Okay. And then onto kind of security. So you don't live in DC. This is the first sports and social in DC. Are you aware of the safety concerns and harmful impacts with gambling?
I would say that I am aware through our other business operations, yes.
Okay. Okay. Are you aware of the heightened anxiety, stress, and crime stats that are happening in DC, in particular on U Street?
Spending an awful lot of time in the Metro Baltimore, DC area, I read the news like everyone else does, but I can't say I specifically am aware of incidents on U Street.
Yeah, I think we've all seen it. So you mentioned the sentiment, and I understand that around, this would, if something were to happen, it would be harmful to your business. And, I appreciate that. So, but what do you have in place besides just that sentiment so it doesn't happen? You mentioned one other potential if that person speaks up, but talk to me about the specific lights that are going outside. Can you talk to me about any of the security guards? What other measures do you have in place to proactively mitigate these safety or harmful impacts?
So I'm qualified to speak to you about what we produce in the physical plant. Rob has spoke to you about the operational matters. I don't think that I can elaborate more on those kind of issues. As I said, we want to make sure that our lighting levels and security levels, as I've testified before, create a safe environment, and we will strive to do that. But I cannot give you specifics on operations.
Okay. I do not have any more questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. Go ahead, Mr. Short. You're on mute, Mr. Short.
Good afternoon, Mr. Zellman.
Good afternoon, sir.
You sound quite knowledgeable, and it's good to have someone come before us who can answer the questions that have been thrown your way.
I've been doing this for a while.
Okay. Let me ask you this question.
Yes.
Speaking of trash, we know that in any gambling or majority of gambling establishments, there are betting slips and there's a lot of paper trails because people want to keep track of their gambling and especially their winnings. So you have a lot of paper, correct?
Yes and no. The slips that come out of those kiosks look a lot more like a receipt from a restaurant than the large betting slips. We still have those betting slips and we make provisions for them, but they're not as popular.
Okay.
So,
all right. Well, I understand that.
Yeah.
I guess what I'm getting to is the trash it's on the record, testimony today that you have a dumpster within the rear of the establishment. Is that correct?
That's correct. Again, part of the original construction that was there from the prior restaurant.
Okay. Now with the restaurant, and I'm very familiar with that restaurant. It was a very nice restaurant while it was operating. Let me ask you this. Do you think that a trash compactor would help your business? A trash
Potentially.
compactor, most of them aren't much larger than a dumpster.
That is true.
Have you considered a trash compactor for your business?
We use compactors in multiple locations. What I don't know about this location is whether a compactor can be adequately serviced in that back alley. That's why we were using the equipment that had been there in the previous restaurant.
Okay. Now, considering that you know that alley, and we've got to know it since you've been working on this project, and you know U Street, your front entrance and egress and exit from the front, let's just say, and God forbid, there is a truck accident or there is a car accident or there's a fire emergency on the front. What is your total capacity when you're fully operating? What is your total capacity?
In terms of seats?
Total capacity, standing and sitting.
We are at approximately 200 seats here. I do not have the code occupancy with me, but it's under 500.
I understand that. Now, based on your 500 figure, should there be an emergency on the very front on U Street? Because as you know, you have a very limited sidewalk space when you leave out of the front directly to the U Street itself. Is that correct?
Somewhat limited. There's still at least a 7-foot sidewalk in front of this dining.
I understand. So I think most here know about the U Street quarter and the sidewalk area there. And it's quite busy on weekends and some other days when we have special events. Someone mentioned the Georgetown University going to the Final Four. We know the U Street will be completely used. And I would just simply say to you, and I mentioned a fire incident or any kind of emergency incident on the front, how many people can you safely get out of the rear in a very safe time? And do you have in your plans how persons will be egressing the rear should there be an incident on U Street?
We have a full egress plan as part of the construction documents of this facility. They have been submitted. They're with the building department right now. As I sit here right now, I do not have access to them, so I cannot give you the number of occupants at each means of egress. But I assure you that we are code compliant and we also have adequate distribution.
I do appreciate that answer. It sounds like you are on top of what we would like for you to be on is from a public safety issue and you coming to U Street. Now, lastly, I've heard a lot about security, and I know that the Gambling Commission security plans are tied into a lot of things in the District of Columbia. Are you aware that most security companies in the District of Columbia now are required by the Metropolitan Police Department to be registered? And would you be willing, if your company were to get this license, to register with the District of Columbia your security plan?
Again, as an architect, this is beyond my scope of responsibility, but I would assume if it is something that is required to do so, our operators would.
Okay, thank you very much for your candid answers. Mr. Chairman, that's all I have at this time.
Thank you. Any other questions by any of the board members? Ms. Harris, any redirect based on the questions that Mr. Short asked?
I wanted to ask about the sidewalk cafe and talking about how narrow kind of the sidewalks are. Do you know how much space the sidewalk cafe is taking up?
It's approximately 7 feet of depth.
Okay. And then speaking of kind of just emergency vehicle access, have you or anyone on your team spoken with DDOT?
Not that I'm aware of.
Are you aware of the U Street priority bus lane that is going to be constructed on U Street that should go past Sports and Social?
Objection, Mr. Chairman, goes beyond the scope of direct.
That is correct, Ms. Sustained. Remember, Ms. Harris, I'm asking questions that were based on the questions that were asked by Mr. Short.
And I was going off of the sidewalk questions and
that was fine. I
the
think
safety.
that question was fine. It was he objected to your other question.
For the one I just asked?
Yes. So you need to move on to another question.
Okay. Then that's all I have. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Klein.
I have no further questions, and the applicant rests.
Thank you, Mr. Zellman. Thank you very much. All right. It's have a great day. All right. So we're gonna take a 10-minute break. We should Ms. Harris, please be prepared to start your case at 4:15. So we're off the record until 4:15. So you just turn your camera off and put your phone on mute, please. All right, thanks. All right, we're back on the record. All right, Ms. Harris, how many witnesses do you have, ma'am?
Mr. Chairman, I have a question, but I only have one, and it is myself. And that's what the question surrounds. And I'm curious of how that process works.
Well, I guess the bottom line is that you can call yourself as a witness. You can, I guess you have a statement, you're going to read something. Mr. Klein will cross-examine you on your statement, and the board might also cross-examine you on the statement. Okay?
Okay.
All right, so raise your right hand, please. You swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I affirm.
Well, you are the witness, ma'am. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I've lived in this area, particularly U Street, for 10 years. This is my second term as ANC, but I know this community very well, and I'm so proud to call it my home. Despite some of the issues around it being a nightlife district, it is still very vibrant and one of the reasons why I moved here. But there's still many concerns with noise, trash, rats, parking, and most importantly, safety. And it has been my goal as ANC to always work with the establishments here to ensure that there is a very collaborative and harmonious relationship. Um, we've seen, though, over the last couple of years, if not longer, a lot of pressure points and major pain points in the U Street area. And I believe these will be further tested and could cause fractures with the opening of sports and social without any conditions directed by the board. We haven't seen any type of establishment in this area like this one. The only other closest option is Ben's Next Door. And Ben's Next Door is an establishment that has a very good track record, has many ties to the direct community and beyond. And their total occupancy is almost less than 100 people less than this establishment. So they have 221 total occupancy, and I also believe that they only have kiosks available. With safety, that has been the main concern of the community. There was an Australian study that listed a number of potential local harms from gambling, including increased demands on health, welfare, and social services, and the harmful impacts on local businesses due to absenteeism and job turnover, and businesses also leaving as well.
Mr. Chairman, it's awkward because there's no question, but I have to object. We're talking about a study. Ms. Harris is not qualified as an expert. We don't know who did the study. I would object to its use in this proceeding. And it wasn't listed as an exhibit. No one was qualified as an expert.
Mr. Klein, I'm gonna overrule your objection. These are all appropriate questions, sir, for cross-examination, and you will have an opportunity to cross-examine her on anything she's testifying to. So I'm overruling the objection. Go ahead, Ms. Harris.
Thank you. And this just further, the opening, although can provide, I guess, vibrancy and more liveliness to U Street, it does open up for more vulnerabilities, and the community is increasingly concerned about safety, especially in regards to sports gambling. I think the other big issue that has been raised is around trash. As I noted prior to this, Ward 1, alongside with Ward 5, was listed with Department of Health as the most rat request in all of DC. Now, I think we know, and at least I know, rats don't just visit our outdoor areas. They also like to find their ways indoors. I live in a building on U Street, essentially, and we have an indoor trash dumpster. However, we have seen the harmful impacts of rats and are determining how we increase collection as we also work harmoniously with the businesses that our building runs up against. I would ask, well, never mind, I won't do that, but I think ultimately the ANC and myself, we want to work with this establishment. We don't want to see vacant storefronts. However, it has been very difficult to work through and to proactively mitigate things before they become large issues. And I did not hear any answers that showed that they are proactively mitigating them. Instead, it seems very reactive.
Is that it, ma'am?
That's it. Thank you.
Mr. Klein?
So you heard the testimony about the sound mitigation techniques that are being employed?
Yes.
And it's your position that that doesn't represent any proactive action on the part of the applicant to mitigate noise?
I think it seems very biased because they've only heard from one community member. And again, we don't know what the sound effects could be until I guess everything goes live.
Well, you heard the testimony of Mr. Zellman,
Yes, I did.
and you heard his experience in opening venues all over the country.
Yes, but this is
And-
also his first venue in DC.
And DC, in terms of its population and in terms of its physical structure, is so different than Philadelphia, St. Louis, or any of the other cities that he mentioned in his testimony?
I think the most similar would be Philadelphia. However, it doesn't change that, again, we won't know these issues until after the sound plays.
Right. And you heard him testify that when the establishment opens, after there's been turnover of the physical space, that their work is not done, correct?
Yes.
And that they have someone on site whose job is to manage the sound, correct?
Yes.
So if there are issues after the establishment is opened, if Mr. Zellman and Mr. Esplin are to be believed, then there are steps that can and will be taken to address those issues, correct?
There's a caveat in that, and I think that's in your question of after opening. And I will say, typically how reactions are defined, it's after. So that in itself is not proactive.
But there's planning that's being done beforehand, correct?
There is planning, but without community feedback.
So you have some experts in the community that can come in and tell them better how to manage sound?
Well, people live in the community and also hear the community noises and hear from establishments and hear from those that I will say that, yes, they're experts of the community.
But are they experts in noise and noise control?
I don't think it's fair to determine, if someone hears the noise of an establishment that they must be an expert in sound to then have a justified position in their problem.
Well, that's fair, but before the establishment is opened, they're not going to hear any noise, are they?
Well, they could test it out before, but that's not being done.
Well, and you think that what Mr. Zellman described does not involve any testing of noise levels?
He mentioned there was only one person that was just actually, no, Mr. Zellman said he didn't talk with any community members. Mr. Esplin said he talked to one community member. And I don't believe there's only one person that lives in that building or nearby.
Well, that's not what we're talking about here. What we're talking about is managing sound, correct?
We are, but you asked if there was any tests done, and I said that maybe, but there's only been one community member that has been consulted with.
So you think that only community members are capable of doing testing?
I am saying that you are joining Sports and Social is coming into a well-established, formed community, and that they don't need to be sound experts to determine if there are problems with the noise, and that nothing proactively is being done to address the potential issues that could arise.
Ms. Harris, weren't you sent information concerning the managed speaker system that's going into this premises?
I was, but as I've stated, this is a new establishment. You know, you've sent me information. You've also sent me things saying, how can we resolve this protest? And one of the ways to resolve it proactively is through a settlement agreement or through conditions set by the board here today.
And don't you agree that in order for people to enter into an agreement, that issues first have to be identified?
No, because again, my job as an ANC that I take very seriously is to proactively mitigate any potential concerns. And there were concerns about noise raised prior to us entering into a protest.
And there was information provided to you after the protest was filed concerning what measures were being taken to mitigate noise, wasn't there?
There were.
So yes or no
I will
question.
I said yes.
And in response to that, you had nothing other than to tender a template settlement agreement, correct?
I think that is a very misleading question, but I will say that it is agreement that I did send over that has that majority of the establishments on that block have signed and agreed to. And there was, I will also note that there was no feedback or redlining of the agreement that was then sent back despite me requesting several times.
Didn't the agreement, didn't the draft agreement address a whole bunch of issues that were not specifically raised as issues with respect to this establishment?
No.
No?
The agreement talks about noise. The agreement talks about, and yes, like noise, if you wanted me to specifically add in the sound system, that I would have been happy to do, but I received zero feedback in order to do that. There was also, the agreement has the specific concerns of the community. The only other outside concern, which is a limitation of an ANC, is the security plan, because I also know that those matters are confidential.
So you're saying that this agreement represented the concerns of the community. Is that your position?
No, the agreement represented potential solutions to the concerns from the community.
And would those be the concerns that were raised at the ANC meeting?
The concerns that were raised at the ABR meeting, the committee level meeting, and at the ANC meeting.
Now, let's be clear. The members of the ABR are not elected, are they?
No, but they are volunteers that live in the community.
So do they have any statutory authority to make any decisions concerning advice of the Advisory Neighborhood Commission?
No, but that's my job as an ANC to also hear and listen to their concerns.
Now, your job is to consider things under the Open Meetings Act in a public meeting, correct?
Correct.
And a public meeting with notice to the community in terms of the issues to be discussed at that meeting, correct?
Correct.
And the protest letter that was filed was a check the box form, correct?
Mr. Chairman, I
Um,
think I object to this questioning because I think, and apologies if I'm not saying this in the correct technicality, but because there was a motion to dismiss our protest based on those grounds, which then the board denied.
The board denied and then said there were issues that could be explored further, including what was mentioned in the PIF, and other issues that might come out. And at this point, what we're being told is that there was a settlement agreement that supposedly represented an effort to resolve issues raised by the community. I'm trying to explore when these issues were raised.
They were raised during.
hold on, Ms. Harris. All right, I'm gonna overrule the objection. You can answer the question if you can. I will give you an opportunity after you're done cross-examination if you need to further explain your answers, as I've done if there was an attorney who could ask redirect. So answer the question if you can, and if you need after the cross-examination, I'll give you an opportunity to further clarify any statements that you've made based on the comments made by counsel. So the question, go ahead, Mr. Did you remember the question Mr. Klein asked? Or do you
do not?
Yes. All right. So I can re-ask it. It's fine.
Go ahead, sir.
So the protest that was filed in this case was a check the box form, correct?
It was a check the box with a fill in, which we did fill in the portion of why we are protesting.
And that simply said, protest a new license application for sports and social based on peace, order, quiet, and all applicable grounds.
Yes.
All right. Now, at the meeting at which this was adopted, there wasn't any discussion specifically related to the proposed operation of sports and social, was there?
There's not a statutory requirement for discussion at the ANC meetings. What is legal is the motion itself, which we did vote on. And most of the work, which you might not be aware of, Mr. Klein, is that a lot of the work on the ANC level, particularly with ANC 1B, because we see a multitude of issues, is done at a committee level, which we do heed the advice of committee members who are volunteers and are not elected. So they are taking time out to raise these concerns to the ANC, particularly the ANC that the establishment or any other, whether it's a zoning case or what, is being heard, it's in their SMD.
So your position is that deference should be given to these unelected volunteers to fulfill the statutory mission of the advisory neighborhood. Let me finish the question. The statutory mission of the Advisory Neighborhood Commission to give advice to DC government agencies. Is that what you're saying?
That is completely false and not what I'm saying. I said that the statutory requirement or the legal bounds, which has been reflected on by the board here today, is that it's in the motion itself, not in the discussion. And I will say the potential, how you are minimizing the committee members' work. Again, they are not elected. This is out of their own time. They are still community members. They are still community members who have issues, who have concerns, and who participate in a committee, which then it is up to commissioners to listen to those concerns.
So you're elected, correct?
Yes.
and people had the opportunity to run against you, correct?
They do, yes.
And the voters had an opportunity to choose whether they were going to select you or someone else to be their single member district commissioner, correct?
Objection. How is this relevant?
Yes, Mr. Klein, ANCs have the ability to have standing committees. I'm aware of that, and I'm taking notice of that. So where are we going here, sir? So I'm gonna, yeah.
But the issue here is what we have a bid strap that because they have authority, that whatever the chair shows up on the day of hearing and says are the issues, and whatever's tendered in a settlement agreement are the issues, somehow, whether they were considered at a duly called ANC meeting with notice to the public or not, those become the issues because they were considered by other people who weren't elected and for whom such statutory notice was not given. And there's something wrong with that in my mind. Maybe no one else believes so, but that doesn't seem right to me.
I mean, I understand where you're coming from, sir, but I mean, this is not, are you saying that at the ANC meeting where the vote was taken, that none of this was discussed?
That is correct. Isn't that correct, Ms. Harris?
That's incorrect. It was discussed, the matter of the protest. I think though, you know, the board doesn't weigh in here on, you know, our potential conflicts of policy measures. I think that's something you should probably take up with the council, Mr. Klein. That is a specific piece of legislation and goes into our home rule, not in what we're discussing today.
Mr. Chairman, I respectfully disagree and I will move on. However, I will ask the board to take administrative notice of the link that was filed with the motion to dismiss that contains the recording, the video and audio recording of the ANC meeting at which this matter was discussed, where the board can see that there was no discussion of specific issues concerning this application.
I just want to ask a question, Mr. Klein, because I don't recall. You filed a formal motion. Did the board rule on this motion previously?
Yes, the issue was, it was motion to dismiss, and the issue was that the protest as written, dated January 18th of 2023, did not say why under any of the statutory grounds of protest that the application was being opposed. And the board denied that motion, stating that there were other opportunities for the applicant to learn why, even though the statute in our mind says that that's part and parcel of the protest.
I understand. I understand the position of the applicant, and all right. Let's move on.
All right. So I'm asking that the recording of that meeting, that be part of the record, and the board take administrative notice of it. It's in the board's files at this point. And what happened at the meeting happened. The recording is there. There's a transcript of it in our motion. I'm not even asking that be taken administrative notice of, only the recorded meeting.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Klein. Is there? How long is this recording? 2 hours, 3 hours? I mean, am I supposed to listen to 3 hours of recording?
About 5 minutes, and the 5 minutes. The part that's relevant to this proceeding is about 5 minutes, and the time is identified in our motion.
All right, thank you, sir. All right. Any other questions you have of the witness, Mr. Klein?
No, I do not.
Ms. Harris, I have just a few questions to ask you. Were you familiar with the previous establishment that was there, the Smith?
Yes.
And do you know or recall what was the occupancy of the Smith?
I believe it was the same. I believe it was around 300.
Okay, fine. And Do you recall whether or not, this is regarding noise, whether or not the agencies ever found the Smith of committed any ABRA violations as far as noise is concerned?
As far as I know, no, because it was a much different type of establishment.
And just one last question: do you recall if there, if any of the residents recall if there were any noise complaints filed, whether or not they were substantiated or not by residents of the building? Are you aware of any?
I am not aware of any because, again, it was a much different type of establishment.
Okay, excuse me. All right, thank you. Any other questions by any of the board members? Mr. Klein, any recross based on the questions that I asked?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Harris, I know that during cross-examination, Mr. Klein asked you a lot of questions. If some of the questions were yes or no, are there any clarifying statements you want to make to the test, based on the questions that Mr. Klein had asked you? I'm giving this opportunity because if it was a witness that you had, you could do redirect off that witness. So that's why I'm giving you that opportunity.
No, I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman, and apologies that this is a bit untraditional. I think it goes to just the nature of ANC 1B right now. It is very, very busy here. It's always really busy. You know, U Street is, like I mentioned, is very lively, and there's always a lot going on. But the reason why ANC 1B, which we've done for probably over a decade, even much, much prior to my tenure as commissioner, we've conducted a lot of our business, at least discussing different matters towards our committees, because we see so many different issues, and particularly around liquor licenses and different establishments coming into the ANC. We do this to avoid having, 6-hour-long ANC meetings, because that is where we do a lot of discussion. And we do have things like templates and whether that's settlement agreements or even just notice forms, because we are unpaid elected officials that often have to manage multitude of other responsibilities. So, Mr. Chairman, as you will see in the recording, I believe it went to a 4-hour-long meeting. I am the chair of ANC 1B, but I'm also a commissioner here, and Sports and Social is coming into my SMD. And I would never minimize the work that is being done by committee members who raise very, very valid concerns. And in order to make sure that their concerns are heard, it might be through a template, which we typically then discuss with the establishment representatives and more. However, the board did deny the motion because on legal grounds, what is contained is through our motion, which we did make through a properly noticed meeting that was very well attended by the community. And we did hear any community comment along with other commissioner comments if it wasn't already stated in the committee meeting.
All right, thank you. Do you rest, ma'am?
I'm sorry?
Do you rest? Meaning that you have no
Yes.
more witnesses. All right, fine.
Yes.
Are the parties ready for closing? I'm sorry, are there any rebuttal witnesses by the applicant?
No.
Protesting?
No.
Are the parties ready to do closing statement?
Yes.
All right.
The applicant is.
Ms. Harris, you ready to do your closing?
Yes.
What I want both sides to do is to be specific what it is that you're asking the board to do. And again, I just want to remind you, Ms. Harris, the board cannot and will not order a settlement agreement. We are going to make the decision, and if we decide to issue the license, then, and if we decide that we are going to impose conditions, then the board order will state what they are, but the conditions would not be to have a settlement agreement. Yes, ma'am.
May I ask examples of those conditions?
No, I don't know what the condition.
Okay.
No, I don't know. I'm saying
Okay.
you have to tell us what it is
Yeah.
that you want.
Okay.
And
I just want to
basically-
make sure I'm working in the bounds. So
Yeah, no, you can ask for whatever it is that you ask based on the presentation here today. Once you've told us what it is that you want, the board, we will review the evidence and see whether or not what you're asking for is that supported by the evidence that was presented in this hearing today. So that's why I'm just saying I'm asking both sides to be very specific what it is that they want the board to do. Okay. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Klein.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, and thank you for your time this afternoon. We are asking that you approve of the C restaurant license as applied for without additional restrictions or conditions. You've heard testimony from the applicant today, specifically from Mr. Esplin and Mr. Zellman. And I think that in considering that testimony, you've heard from a professional organization that operates venues like this and even ones much larger all over the country. And certainly if there were issues with those, then they wouldn't be invited into new cities to operate these venues and to open them. Their concerns that have been raised, their concerns are the same ones that have been raised today, either by board members or by the protestants. We're all concerned about crime. That is really an issue for all of us that we all fear and combat. But I think what you've heard today is testimony from an organization that's operated in many different jurisdictions and is going to do their best and employ the resources to see that their guests are safe to the extent that that's possible, given the fact that we have 400 million guns in this country, which this board and I have spoken about many times. So from a public safety standpoint, this doesn't add anything different than any other establishment that is there, because any increased risk by the offering of gambling is going to be offset by the additional security measures that are being put in place, including a camera system that will not only cover the interior of the establishment, but also the sidewalk area. And the board knows, as other law enforcement know, that these systems can be very helpful in not only catching perpetrators, but also preventing crime just by the fact that they're there and that people can be observed on these systems. I want to talk about noise for a minute, because I know that's an issue that is of concern to the board, and it's one of the few specific issues that was actually raised by the Advisory Neighborhood Commission. You heard the testimony of Dave Zellman, who seems to be pretty knowledgeable about this stuff, and says that what was there when the Smith was open was very good at mitigating noise, and that ownership went beyond that to even go further with respect to mitigating noise. Now, Ms. Harris says they haven't been proactive. We really disagree with that, because we think that the appraisal of the space and the steps that were taken with respect to the physical space in terms of another layer of ceiling below that, along with the controlled sound system. Now, the controlled sound system is very important in terms of mitigating noise. Now, the board's heard these cases over and over again where there's noise, and we talked about limiters, and we talk about other methods of mitigating noise. Well, this establishment will have a limiter, except it's one better than all the other places, because this limiter is an actual human being whose job is to be there and police the sound levels and make sure that the sound levels are appropriate for both the interior and the exterior of the premises. The sound system itself is designed so that the sound can be directed, it can be controlled, it can be controlled in such a way that if you walk 7 to 9 feet away from a speaker, you will hear almost nothing at that point. And that level of control gives them the ability to react, which Ms. Harris doesn't like. She doesn't like people reacting to problems. But when there are problems, they must be dealt with. And one must have the ability to do that. And this applicant has certainly demonstrated that they plan to put in the conditions which will allow them to react and control if there are problems. They don't anticipate any because of what they've put into the space. Now, one of the chief missions here is to determine whether this premises is appropriate. And determining that, it's our position that the board has to look at where the premises is to be located. And this premises is to be located in a particular zone, which is called the Arts Overlay Zone. And the purpose of the Arts Overlay Zone, as set forth in the zoning regulations, is a couple things that are relevant here. One is to promote and provide arts and entertainment uses. And that's exactly what this is. And arts and entertainment uses include eating and drinking establishments. So this fits right in. And second is to promote 18-hour activity. So, there was a comment about, well, yeah, we live this is a nightlife area. Yeah, designed to be a nightlife area, designed by the zoning regulations. If not here, then where? There are a couple of other areas in town where something like this would be appropriate. There are many areas where it wouldn't be. I don't think there's any question about that. But in terms of this being the Arts Overlay District, this being one of the central entertainment areas of the District of Columbia, something like this fabulous facility, which residents will undoubtedly enjoy, is appropriate in this location. And it is clear that the applicant has thought about what they're going to do here, thought about how they're going to control it. They have experience in doing it in 90 venues throughout the country. They will employ that same expertise here. And we are confident that they can operate this place in a manner that it will not have a negative effect on peace, order, and quiet in this Arts Overlay Zone. And we would ask that the board approve the license as submitted, and we appreciate the board's time and hope you will do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Harris?
Thank you. I think coming here today, I have to be very honest. Although I was prepared, I did not want to come to a full protest hearing. I'm sure many of you have seen my face on status hearings, on roll call hearings. I've been on many mediations and have worked very collaboratively with establishments right on that block, along with any other establishments that are outside of my SMD. However, this establishment, it has almost been set up as a adversarial to the ANC, which I find very disappointing, especially with my past experience. They almost feel, or as they have conveyed, entitled to the license. Now, I guess in a way they are, because they are a new business coming in. They weren't invited, they came in. But they are not just entitled to come in without any conditions, which I would ask the board today for conditions on the license as follows. So one, on the hours, I believe there should be a reduction in the sidewalk cafe. There is only one other establishment that has, I believe that I'm recalling and that I did enter into the exhibit, that has a sidewalk cafe with speakers, and that is Alero. Their sidewalk cafe operates until 11 p.m. I would ask the board to recognize the reduction in their sidewalk cafe hours to continue to mitigate noise since there is no mitigation in place. I would ask that the board consider to 11 p.m. in line with the other sidewalk cafe that is less than a block away. I would also ask the board consider a reduction in entertainment hours. Yes, the Smith did have an entertainment endorsement, but as I mentioned, the Smith was a very different establishment from this one. The Smith, I went and it was a restaurant and I sat down, and although this license, they are seeking a CR, it is different in nature with the projections that they have and just knowing sports. I have to be honest, I don't know sports that well, but I do know attending many Super Bowl parties and things, it is not a conversational event. It is lively and very engaging. I will also ask the board increase the amount of times that they have their trash collected. As I've noted now several times, Ward 1 has one of the most requests with Department of Health for rats. One of the ways to mitigate rats is through trash collection. Yes, the trash might be indoors, but that is still an issue. And so I would ask the board recommend that they have trash collection every single day. I would also ask the board to recommend an installation of a trash compactor. That is something that is very proactive in nature to mitigate the rat population. I will also ask the board to ensure that the staff of the restaurant, and including their patrons, that they do not use parking, that they try to get to the venue via the other transit options. The reason why I asked it is because DDOT is planning the U Street priority bus lane, which may impact the overall parking, which I know is a concern of residents. And so that is, I would like to ask the board to look at that. I will also ask the board that, and I might I might need to reframe this, but that they cannot open without the ANC seeing the safety and security plan. There are a lot of vulnerabilities here with gambling, especially with the cash on hand. I get it that they couldn't operate as a business, but as I have stated and as they have stated, this is their first establishment in DC on U Street, where we are all seeing the issues with crime and how people are very attuned to safety. We cannot go off of vague promises or almost propaganda that they have done such a good job. Well, if they've done such a good job and are such good operators, these aren't limitations. These almost should be go-aheads, but we should memorialize it and have that as an ANC that we can point to and as the community. I ultimately do not want the community to be the litmus test here to see if an establishment is working or isn't working. This is why we are asking for these conditions to, again, proactively solve anything before they come up. I'm not questioning the expertise of the individuals. I appreciated the noise mitigation efforts that they are making. However, I don't know if they work or not. No one here knows if they work or not. The community doesn't know, and the community, as I stated before, should not be the ones to determine if they are working or not. I forgot to add one thing. I would like the board to also condition that the community has, particularly the ANC who represents the area, whether that is myself or another individual, has the direct line to the limiter who makes the determination of if it's too loud or not, that then the community can call into to then inform whether to turn down noise levels or to mitigate a crowd that has collected. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and to the other board members. I really appreciate your time, and I hope we can come to a resolution on this.
Well, we will come to a resolution because the board will issue a decision. All right.
Mr. Chairman, I would like rebuttal. I hardly ever request it, but in this case, I feel it's imperative.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Klein.
First of all, parking was not raised as an issue in this protest. There was an opportunity to protest on the grounds of parking and pedestrian safety. It wasn't done, so that should not be considered by the board. Second of all, there was lots of argument about facts not in evidence. There was no settlement agreements were introduced. The ALERA agreement wasn't introduced, but there was evidence from the ABC investigator who said many places in the area have sidewalk cafe hours until 2. And there was no effort, there's been no effort to clarify that. There was no other evidence that was offered. That is the current evidence of record. There isn't anything else. In terms of increase in trash collection, the establishment will determine how much trash collection. There's no testimony that more frequent trash collection is needed. There's no expert that was produced. There's nothing other than, well, we'd like them to do it 5 days a week instead of 3. Why don't they spend that money? With no evidence whatsoever that it's necessary or that it will solve any particular problem. The same with respect to a trash compactor. I'm sure my client will look at the feasibility of it, whether it can be done, whether there's space, what have you. How it is we would get there, I don't know. And lastly, more importantly, a reduction of hours based upon the record that we have would be completely arbitrary. And we would ask that the board not do that with respect to entertainment or with respect to cafe seating hours. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right. Ms. Harris, just before I close the record, I know that during your PIP that I've looked, there were a lot of documents there, but you did not move any of your documents in evidence. So are there documents that you want that we had testimony on that you want to move into evidence?
Yes, I would like to move exhibit 2, the different exhibit 2, the different signed settlement agreements into testimony, particularly, so there are 5 examples of settlement agreements, including ALERA's settlement agreement that is in there. We also have 2 establishments, the Alchemist and Elements, who didn't have any prior record. They were new licenses when they came on board. However, Elements that has a similar occupancy, if not more than, and I can share it too, if not more than Sports and Social, has trash collection 7 days a week, and the Alchemist, which is very close to Sports and Social, smaller occupancy, although they are seeking a larger one, that they also have trash collection 7 days a week. So I would like to move those into testimony. I will also like to move one Bins Next Door, the exhibit 3, there is their placard, and then the occupancy, which I confirmed with Ms. Sarah Fashbaugh, that their occupancy, they're the only other establishment which across the street that has sports wagering, and their occupancy is much lower than Sports and Social, and they have a very long track record in the community and a good one at that. So I would like to move those. And then finally, I would like to move exhibit 4, although it feels very different today, is an email exchange I had with Mr. Klein in trying to settle these matters before the protest hearing. I am trying to work in the bounds of what I can as ANC and what you all have advised ANCs, whether that has been me directly or others, and we wanted to resolve this. However, one of the ways that I know of, and I know that we can't do that here today or through an order from you all, is on a settlement agreement. And that was my main goal, to try to collaborate to mitigate these issues. And from the email exchange, that was also Mr. Klein's goal too. But as we can see today, clearly they would only want a license without any conditions, and going off of the no track record they have in DC. So I would like to enter those 3 exhibits into the record.
Mr. Chair, may I rebut that long testimony that we just heard?
Mr. Klein, this we have been here long enough. I've asked about the exhibits. She said exhibit 2, 3, and 4. I know that exhibit 2 are settlement agreements that have been approved. If these are settlement agreements that have been approved by ABRA, they're in our record. So,
but they're not relevant. They're in your records. But the question is whether they will be records of this proceeding, which is separate under the Administrative Procedures Act, and they are not relevant. They are negotiated. We don't know the circumstances under which they were negotiated. We don't know whether the applicant needed to get open the following month, or where and the board has been consistent, and we've gone far beyond what the board normally allows today in terms of discussing settlement agreements. But we vehemently object to these agreements be admitted for any purpose. And certainly were they to be admitted, we would have wanted the opportunity to examine the witness who was proffering them as to what their relevance is, because they're all different. They're all different circumstances. And frankly, that's the point. And we don't object to Exhibit 4, because you will see there was an effort in Exhibit 4 to say, tell us what the issues are, and we'll try to deal with you. But that never happened. So, we're going to argue about the place for settlement agreements. Our position is settlement agreements are to resolve actual issues between parties. And in order to do that, it's incumbent upon the parties to simply identify the issues.
Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry, Miss Harris, this is not for discussion. So I'm asking about documents. All right, so Exhibit 3 was placard, is that correct? The placard, that's Exhibit 3?
Yes, both the placard, and then there is a screenshot with the email that I exchanged with Ms. Sarah Fashbaugh to determine the total occupancy, since that wasn't on the placard.
So I'm going to admit Exhibit 3 and 4. Now you're saying, Mr. Klein, our exhibit, I was trying to see if I could pull up the exhibits. Are the settlement agreement, these are all settlement agreements that were signed, that were approved by this agency, is that correct?
Approved by the board.
All right. I'm gonna.
What's their relevance? That's what people agree to.
These are settlement agreements. Is in the sense that the board can. It's almost like she's referencing the board to board orders. I mean,
Mr. Chair, we vehemently object. They have no place in this hearing. They have no place in this hearing. These are agreements that were voluntarily entered into, presumably, and the fact that one party may have agreed to do such and such, and another party agreed to do something else, we don't know the circumstances under which those agreements were reached. If they were adjudicated, I mean, that's the settlement agreements are settlements. We know that. The parties agreed to settle. They agreed to let it go away. It's not probative of anything.
And again, Mr. Klein, these are all settlement agreements that were approved by this board.
Right, but so what does that matter? I mean, there's still settlement agreements, just like settlement agreements in court are approved by the court in many cases, but that does not make them probative in any other proceeding, because they're voluntarily entered into, and the provisions were agreed to, and to suggest that somehow sets some sort of standard is wrong as a matter of law.
And I did not say that, Mr. And I don't think the board is, whether or not the rule I'm going to make is that's not going to be that this is a standard, okay? But so over the objection, I'm going to admit I'm going to admit Exhibit 2. So
I would query as to for what purpose.
These are documents that are disclosed within the PIP.
Right, but how are they probative in this proceeding? Just because they're
was-
disclosed in the PIF doesn't mean we waive our objections to them.
And as Mr. Klein, you have objected, and I've overruled your objection. And so these are documents that were disclosed within their PIP. And so therefore I'm going to allow them to be moved into evidence, because in her presentation of the case, the protestant did talk about other settlement and other settlement.
Let me clarify my objection for the record in case it's
Yes, sir.
needed, which is number one, the fact that they're disclosed in the PIF does not mean that we've waived other objections to them. Number two, if they were to be proffered, then we would have expect them to be identified and for the applicant to have an opportunity to examine the party proffering them for the purpose for which they were proffered. No opportunity was given. The protestant rested, and then these came in after the fact, after we had any opportunity to examine the witness as to their relevance. So we would object on those two bases at least.
And your objection is noted for the record, sir. Okay. All right. Do the parties wish to file proposed findings of fact and the conclusion of law, or waive their right to do so?
We'll waive, presuming the protestant is waiving.
Ms. Harris?
We'll waive. We'll waive.
All right, thank you. All right, so the board will issue a decision within 90 days. So hold on 1 minute, please. They will issue a decision within 90 days. Yes, but we'll issue the decision as quickly as possible. All right, as chairperson of the
Mr. Chair, if I may point out, it's within 60 days. It's a new application.
I did not want to put that on the record without that, but I believe you are correct that because this is the new application that we will issue the decision within 60 days. But you are aware, Mr. Klein, that this board has been very good in issuing timely decisions based on the statute.
I acknowledge and appreciate that. Just want to make sure we have.
So I stand corrected that because it's a new license, we will issue the license. We'll issue a decision on this protest within 90 days. All right. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 23 PRO 00010, Sports Social, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2575B4A of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberating upon case number 23 PRO 00010, Sports Social, for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2575B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I.
Ms. Crockett.
Kathy Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Betty Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will recess this proceeding to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act. Thank you. Thank the parties for their participation today. And just hold on 1 more minute for me to officially close these proceedings for the day. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with Title III, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on April 26, 2023, for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for April 26, 2023, as published in DC Register on April 21st, 2023. Is there a second?
Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before it's now that it's been seconded. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Kathy Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Betty Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed 6-0-0, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will hold this closed meeting pursuant to the Open Meetings Act. Notice will also be posted on the ABC Board hearing room bulletin board, placed on electronic calendar on ABRA's website, and published in the DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. We're adjourned for the day. Thank everyone for their active participation today. So we're now adjourned. I now direct all board members to return to executive session for further development. Have a great day, and thank you very much.
Thank you.